Хорошо, есть. Good morning, dear colleagues. Let's start our third day conference, the third. And now we will continue our work as fourth plenary session. We have one plenary talk. Sorry, we have information about our second plenary speaker. Please, Dr. Bardis will inform you.
Yes,
Welcome,
good morning. Good morning. We had yesterday that our colleague Thanos Kakaroudas, Vice Chairman of IEEE Greek section and head of the Department of Informatics for Bioinformatics of University of Thessalia, he got ill and he couldn't speak from yesterday, and so he can't today. But he will video his plenary lecture, and we will upload it to our website in a few days. Also, when the first days he was with us, and we see that he was ill, but it was worse, and now he can't even speak at all. So we'll continue. It was a parallel session on that, so it doesn't matter to our program schedule. We have 1 hour for our first plenary session from 10:05 to 11. So we'll continue as our schedule is. Thank you, Professor Hudson. Please.
Thank you, Professor Bardis. Okay, now we have about 1 hour for our plenary session, and it's our pleasure to invite for plenary talk our colleague, Dr. Alexander Ivasyuk. Alexander, welcome, and you can share your monitor for your presentation.
Hello, everyone. Yes, just a minute, please.
I would like to introduce Alexander. Alexander is head of validation department, research and production company Radix, doctor of science candidate at the Department of Computer System Network and Cyber Security, National Space University. For more than 10 years, Dr. Alexander Ivasyuk has been researching providing green and safe power generation and reducing CO2 pollutions. He was a leader of the validation testing team that conducted comprehensive testing of the digital PLC based on FPGA technology to meet the requirement of IEEE 61508 by SIL 3 level in one channel. Such a type of PLC is the core of IC for advanced small modular reactors and modernization of existing power units. Nowadays, Dr. Alexander Ivasyuk is researching the interconnections between safety and security features for the digital PLC. This research result will reduce the time and efforts for estimating the cybersecurity level of PLC based on its safety level. Hence, we have enough time. Alexander, welcome for your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kachenko. And today I'm going to represent you the presentation which is called as Evolution of Validation Testing Methods and Tool, 10 years of Radix platform, the SIL 3 certification. The agenda of the presentation you can see now on your screen. The agenda was built in a way which allows to avoid the case when the speaker clearly understands his speech, but for audience it's not clear. And I would like to start from the first topic from agenda and represent the general overview of the Radix platform. On this slide, you can see the general schema of the INC system. If the INC shall to perform the safety function, for example, to stop some technological process on the plant, this INC will be considered as the safety INC. The core of such type system is the Programmable Logical Controller, PLC, which gathers signal from the different sources, proceeds them, and generates the control commands to actuators and the different annunciation signals. And the main object of the presentation is a safety PLC called Radix platform. The Radix platform is continuous improvement PLC. Its evolution now is represented on the slide. As showing, this version of the platform accumulated more than 20 years experience of developing, testing, modernization, and operating of the safety PLC and safety system, safety INC system. On this slide, shown the technical nesting of the INC channel based on the Radix platform. As you can see, the cabinet consists of the chassis, where the different type of modules are installed, and each of the module has their core, its FPGA. If PLC is going to be certified in accordance to 61508 standard, it must to meet the following main requirements, which you can see on the slide now. So, the main characteristic of the Radix platform are the next. The solution is developed 100% in-house, so there is no external IP and no black box. The self-diagnostic coverage is more than 99%. The sell-through level in single channel. The safe state is too de-energized to trip. The high density of the input-output channel per module. No available interface for free connections. Certified internal diversity. And the first topic is finished, and now I propose to consider the second topic, the Radix platform development timeline. Let's discover how the functional abilities of the Radix platform have been increased along the time. First phase was done in 2014, and platform could get discrete and analog signals and could generate only the discrete output signals. The specific application algorithm should be designed in IDE quarters by using VHDL language. After the second phase, the ability to generate output analog signals was added, and also the optical connection to another chassis by using the proprietary protocol was implemented. And for the possible connection with some, let's say, old INC, the interfaces RC232 and RC485 were added. During the third phase, the fundamental changes have been made. The logic modules, by the way, it's I will say its main module of the platform where the application algorithms in performing was changing to carry out the application algorithm, which now comparing with the first phase, now shall be designed by using the specific software tool, which is called RADI Programmable Configuration Tool. This tool provides a comprehensive ability to visualization and significantly simplified the process of application algorithm creation. Due to RPCT, the developer don't need to have the specific experience of knowledge development algorithm in VHDL. And this set of hardware and software equipment was firstly evaluated by the US NRC, was successfully evaluated. After the first phase, the platform got ability receiving the thermocouples and RTD signals, and the range of analog signals was increased, and it's equal from minus to plus VDC. And as you can note, this updated set of hardware and software of the Radix platform was evaluated successfully second time by the US NRC. During the first phase, the platform and RPCT got the updating to perform different testing of the application algorithm before this algorithm will be implemented into the system. If look at the platform from hardware and software configuration, we will get the pictures that shown on the slide. At the beginning, the platform consists of logic module, discrete input and output modules, and analog input modules. Then, the analog output modules and optic communication module were added. After third phase, the hardware design of the logic module was updated and RPCT software tool was added. This hardware configuration, as I said before, was evaluated by the US NRC. Then the thermocouple input module and RTD input module were added, and to operating in the spreading analog signal range was added wide range analog module. At the same time, the modules analog input and analog output were updated. After first phase, the ability to make the different testing of the application algorithm by means of RPCT was added. The hardware configuration, on the other hand, left the same. The full set of Radix platform module is represented on the slide. From the first phase, we got 4 modules. Then 2 more modules were added, and the finally set at the current module at the current moment of the Radix platform module is 9. As it mentioned above, in the first phase, 2 existing modules got some updates. On this slide, you can see the difference between the time is taken to develop the modules and needed time to update them. This became possible by using stable developing and testing process and appropriate technology. The second chapter is finished, and the new part of the presentation, I would like to start by representing of the Radix platform development life cycle and highlight the area where validation activities are located. As you can note, the validation team starting testing when the firmware, platform software and hardware are integrated together into the module. On this slide, the definition of the validation phase test object is given. Testing in the certification process takes a significant place. The different test objects require different approaches and tools. The higher number of technical requirements demand careful testing management to check all of the design requirements, and the test shall fully cover the requirement. Testing of the safety programmable devices imposes additional requirements, for example, to verify the specific features such as self-diagnostic coverage or reaction time of the system. The decision-making on the independent certification body regarding the system is well based on the studying the testing documentation. On this slide, showing the photo, the test specimen before starting qualification seismic testing in the Kinetrics lab, which is located in Canada. How can the self-diagnostic coverage be proved? There is only one way, is to perform fault insertion testing. What does it mean? It means that the module should get the single hardware fault, and after the fault had been activated, the tester must record the obtained result and compare them against expected results. The general sequence of fit performing is shown on the right side of the slide. But how it can be implemented in real life? If you have the new idea, you have to get the proof of concept. On this slide, you can see the first proof of concept. And you can note how messy looks wiring connection for this type of testing was developed the special device. But despite this, despite its appearance, this approach has allowed us to be confident that model detecting each inserted fault. Let me ask you to remember how general wording has the expected result. It will be needed further in the presentation. We tried to improve our approach, and the second proof of concept you can see now. This tool allowed to combine discrete and analog faults. Also, this device could display the inserted type of fault, and the wire connection becomes look better. And there is one more detail, that previous device connected directly to the modules, but the second one device got the cable, and it provided to tester some freedom of movements. Along the old certification way, our intention was to make testing more closely to real operation condition. That's why another approach to performing the fault insertion testing was made. This approach helped to not use a special device because all needed switches are located directly inside the directly beside the module, near the module. This approach helped not use the special device, as I said, and it was for tester. It was much easier and more comfortable to conduct the test. As a result, we could perform testing when the several modules at the same time were installing into the chassis, and any combination of the faults could be activated. Documentation. Documentation is a challenge which faces the team along the certification process, especially young colleagues suffering when they have to work with the documentation. Because this process is quite boring, let's be honest. Each testing activities has separate set of documents, such as plan, specification, and report. The one of the hundreds of the test cases you can see on the screen. Please take into account how detailed the expected result is presented in these cases. Each test step has a particular expected result. So This is the expected results, and this is the sequence of test steps. Each of the test steps has own expected results, and the tester, when the first, the second, the third test steps is performed, the tester clearly know what the reaction of the test object should be. And its test reports, the tester recording all obtained result for each test step. So we can see the expected and actual result, expected result, actual result for test steps 1 and 6. This we can see the expected result and actual results of for the steps 2 and 5. In the bottom line, we can see the results of third test step with some photos, and the test step number 4 also has been recorded the actual result, and as one more argument of the credibility of this test, we put it the photos so frequently making the test description and it documented takes more time than test performing. All tests are divided on the two large groups. It's a functional test and the analytical test. On the previous slide was represented the functional test. Analytical test is a type of test when the tester shall to analyze something. It could be the test reports from the previous stage, it could be the supplier documentation, or it can be the design documentation. The example of such test is displayed on the slide. As you can note, it also has detailed description, and for another example of analytical test, now you can see is the example where the constructor documentation should be analyzed before module will be manufactured, and after module is manufactured, the tester also compare and also analyze what type of the units module consists of, and it lead that requirements from the hierarchical design documentation 100% implemented into the real module. On this slide, the first test bed are represented. At the beginning, the most of the tests were made manually, despite on using equipment from National Instrument Company. One of the hardest tests, it was the estimate response time of the PLC. Other words, to estimate how much time taken on the reaction of the platform. And this test was performed manually by using digital oscilloscope LeCroy. But the numbers of modules and parameters that have to be checked and monitored simultaneously are continuously increased. And of course, the validation team did not have any other choice than go to automated testing. On this slide, one of the latest test bed is shown, where the specific test software and hardware equipment of the third part was using to set test inputs and to make the registration of outputs. During the qualification testing, all tests are performed in special negative environment condition. So event response time testing was performed automated by using software which are working without operational system. And the example of test reports of this test now is on your screen. Why we should to avoid and not to use the operational system? Because operational system get impact to the time, and the additional milliseconds could be added to the test. At the current moment, the maintenance and diagnostic cabinet was developed and manufactured for performing the full automated testing for each type of the module, with testing all the parameters, all the functions and parameters. And we finished the third part, and let's consider the last but not the least part of the presentation. Theory and practice are two halves of a whole. Theory is proved by practice. And the Radix platform was evaluated by the different independent bodies. Firstly, it was IEEE company. I have to note that IEEE company did it continuously along the developing way. Secondly, it was US NRC, Nuclear Regulation Commission of the United States, which gives the permission of the using Radix platform in safety INC on the US nuclear power plants without any limitation. Unfortunately, Ukraine had a unique experience. Our NPPs and INC system, INC equipment were tested in raw condition. This slide demonstrates the sequence of action taken by safety system based on the Radix platform. All action have been made without human interaction. And let me give some comments regarding this slide. Firstly, when the three power lines of 330 kilowatts were lost because of missile attack, the system made the decision to discharging two power units from 1,000 megawatts both, each of them, to approximately 500 megawatts. When the lost another one power line, 750 kilovolts, again by the missile attacks, the reactor chip system generate the signal to stop nuclear reaction. This control command called SCRAM. And the INC system puts the command to activate diesel generator. And once the two backup power lines of 330 kilovolts were backup, the diesel generator got the command and stopped. So it's important that all this action have been done without operator interaction, because we have no doubt that operator performing their duties as needed, as required, but operator are humans and they have the family and they don't know what in this particular moment happen or where their family. So it's important. Yeah, I said one more time that it's important that all this action have been taken without human interaction. If we are talking about the USA nuclear industry and nuclear market, two projects related to advanced small modular reactor decided to build the safety INC system on the Radix platform. And you can see that this both project performance the TerraPower company. No, maybe you know that owner and owner of the TerraPower company is Bill Gates. And additionally, one of the modernization project of the existing NPP also chose the Radix platform to perform modernization project of the existing safety INC. Such a large amount of practice could not have been accompanied without scientific achievements. There are three main scientific areas which I propose to consider. First one is models and methods for analysis, synthesis, and providing the safety, security of multi-version systems. And the second one is modeling and probabilistic assessment of the safety critical INC system. Practical values and human achievement, I would say, now represent on this slide. And to be clear, it's this scientific achievement, it's not part of the, I would say, it's not only the part of the validation team. No, it's all group of the people who have some relation to the SIL 3 certification process. And the next slide shows the scientific area number 3, the verification and validation methods and the supporting of the certification process. And the hot research topics is multi-feed models and methods, safety supported assessment of security, strategies, models, and methods of online verification testing for cost-efficient, safety-critical INC system. And in the end, I would like to share with you some curious metrics related to the validation team's scope of work. For more than 10 years, were created and updated 84 documents. 5,118 tests were designed and performed. And the total number of pages approximately is 16,952. So I represent just one part of the certified process. There are design and verification parts. These parts have their own history. What the validation team plan on the next phase? First of all, we intend to improve the fault insertion test approach, and we intend to combine the fault insertion testing and the penetration testing. Even though the standard 61508 has nothing to say about cybersecurity, but real life dictates their own rules. And secondly, based on the national instrument equipment, create the model of the real technological process and connect it to PLC. We realized that this could be done with some limitation, but it would be another step from the testing in the test area to testing in real condition. Thank you for your attention, and I'm ready to answer on your question, of course, if you have such question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander. And we have time for questions and discussion. Welcome for your question, dear colleagues. If it's possible, I ask you, Alexander, about security issues. You talk in your presentation about this topic as more future activities. But one of your slide was dedicated to safety and security relation. And what about specific particularities of PLC-based INC for such objects as nuclear power plants or small modular reactors in point of view security and safety? We know that these kinds of systems are close in context of general cyberspace. Hence, what about your opinion concerning this issue? Is there any challenges in this area for such kind of systems?
Thank you for your question, and I will try to answer. The INC system, based on the, for example, for the Radix platform, is some specific system which does not have any free connection. I mean, there are no USB interfaces, and there are no some Wi-Fi interfaces or Bluetooth interfaces. No, all connections and all interfaces covered by self-diagnostic. It means that, for example, if we set the configuration of the particular chassis, and in the configuration, we define what type of module should be installed in some specific slots of the chassis. And if someone got the physical connection and try to change the slot of the modules, the system can detect it. And for example, if we will try to cut the interfaces of the data transferring, which located inside the chassis, or as I said, we have the, for example, optical communication module, which could connection with another chassis with another optical communication module, and this connection will be disconnected, or some main, I will say, main inside will try to insert it on this connection. The platform also detected, and such type of tests were performed during the SIL 3 certification process. Because if we are talking about more than 99% of self-diagnostic, it means that any deviation of the hardware unit behavior of the hardware unit, includes the FPGA, are continuously monitoring, and if such such cases happen, the self-diagnostic detects them, and this depending of what type of fault was detected, the system will go or to the safe state, de-energized to trip, or the annunciation signal will be generated and displayed on the information board unit. So, and this why for this type of system, I think it's possible to evaluate security features by based on the existing test reports, for example, fault insertion test, or maybe some requirement from when the whole chassis has been tested. And it's possible to build the connection, to build the bridge between safety features of the such type of system and security features. Yes, I think it's possible. If we are talking about the safety system which have the less percent of self-diagnostic coverage, I'm not sure that we can build such type of bridge. Maybe we can get some connection between safety, security, but when we coverage, okay, how we protect the computer, our personal computer, against the cybersecurity threats? By using some diagnostic software. It's antivirus software, different type of antivirus, and there this antivirus is continuously making self-monitoring of the health of the PC, what the input signals comes to the PC, and makes the decision: is it a virus? Is it some spam or something like that? But in this, in our case, the system has their own self-diagnostic, and I would say full coverage self-diagnostic, and this is something like umbrella that could be help to achieve and safety features of the platform and security features also. This is my point of view on your question.
Thank you very much for your wide and interesting answer. Dear colleagues, have you any other questions? Welcome, Alexander Gerasin.
Thank you very much for your work. It is very important and high quality. So I want to ask you, what software tools can you recommend for developing and teaching the development of FPGA-based devices in according with your experience?
Okay, thank you for your questions. You know, it depends on the goal what you are going to achieve. If we are talking that you would like to build safety system, there is some specific procedure that should be performed before you start the developing process. And according to this procedure, you have to evaluate the potential software tools which is you are going to use for your development process. And it depends on, for example, if we are talking about the, again, as a safety application, we are trying to make this process by not using existing, I would say, black box IP core in FPGAs, or if you don't have any other way, as you should use this IP core, you have to evaluate that you have to know if this type of FPGAs and IP core have such type of certification is called safety case. This type of certification conducted by the supplier of the FPGA, and this package, safety package, allow to use some specific FPGAs and some specific IP cores in safety development process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then next question, Konstantin Leontiev. Welcome.
I would not like, good morning, everyone. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear participants. I would not like to ask Alexander, but I would like to add and answer the question from Alexander Gerasim. So if you are talking about the students, about the university, about the teaching process on the field of FPGA programming and experience using of FPGA, then I would like to say that first of all, you do not need to bind to particular FPGA and software. Of course, every FPGA family configuration needs to be done in the special IDE software provided by the FPGA manufacturer. Okay, it's clear. So, for example, for Altera Intel FPGAs, it should be Quartus software. For Silence, another one, and so on. So my suggestion is do not bind to this software directly. So do not use graphical methods of creation of FPGA configuration, rather to use raw code. So for this, you can use any software to write the code, then create your own projects within and just use software IDE software provided by the manufacturer, just to compile the project, just to perform some additional important task like time analyzing or debugging and so on. And for example, for verification, I suggest to use independent software, of course, so not provided by the manufacturer. And again, my advice and my suggestion: do not bind to the manufacturer software. And the set point is cybersecurity issues and independent verification. So in this case also, and using such approach, you can easily migrate between families. If you, of course, will not use IP cores provided by the manufacturer, and you can show your students, for example, how easy the process of migration is between the families of the same manufacturer or between the families, FPGA families of different manufacturers. So this is my comments, and thank you.
Thank you, Konstantin.
Thank you for detailed answer, Konstantin.
Thank you for your comments, Konstantin. And any other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you once more, Alexander Ivasyuk, for your very interesting talk, for representation of these industrial results. I think we understand that it's very interesting, very hot direction, because safety and security of energy grid, nuclear power plants, and so on, is very important for safety and security in general. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for opportunity to share with colleagues, with scientifics area of our achievement. Maybe someone can be inspired and do not scare performing the long projects and thank you again.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, a few short information. First of all, now we will have a coffee break, and at 11:15 we will continue our work in 4 sessions. I would like to ask all moderators of sessions to provide this session and manage work. It's the firstly. Secondly, after 4 parallel sessions, we will have time for lunch, and our next plenary meeting will be at 2 p.m. On this links. It will be a very interesting session, roundtable related to challenges connected with the development and implementation artificial intelligence and other modern technologies. And at 3 p.m. We will meet at our last session. Hence, I would like you interesting talks on the next sessions and on the next our plenary meetings. Thank you very much once more. And now we have time for coffee break by 11:15, according to our schedule. Maybe you have any questions? No. Thank you. Thank you once more. And let's continue our work. I see. Was questions? No. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Okay, so my name is Oleg Alyashenko, and I'm co-moderator of this section on cybersecurity together with Nikos Doukas. And today we have 5 presentation plus 1 additional from Bogdan Dolince on reliability and trustworthy AI for drone operations. So according to our agenda and according to the preliminary agreements, the presentation timing is 15 minutes per presentation plus 5 minutes for Q&A session. So please consider this during your reports. And I would like to propose to go to the agenda. And the first presentation is machine learning detection and categorization of threats. Who will be presenting this work? George, please, you're welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is George Michailidis, and I'm a master student at Hellenic Army Academy. I perform my diploma thesis with Nikolaos Doukas, which is an associate professor in Hellenic Army Academy. Can I share the presentation?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, you can. Yeah, please.
Okay. So, this is about my diploma thesis in Master of Cybersecurity in Hellenic Army Academy. And it's about an IDS, which will be, we have already been created with machine learning for classification of threats. First of all, I will show you some things about tactical intelligence, and I will compare it with some other types of intelligence. Secondly, I will show you some 2 other implementations, 2 papers. And thirdly, I will tell you about this implementation, some things, basic concepts about the dataset, etc. In the next chapter, we will discuss about the algorithms and some things about the methodologies that was approached in this diploma thesis. Some important core parts, some results, and some future plans. So what is tactical intelligence? Tactical intelligence focuses on its technical in nature and identifies indicators of compromise, which includes things like malicious IP addresses, URLs, file hashes, or malicious domain names. Mostly it's automated, this type of intelligence, and has very short lifespan, such as IP addresses or domain names. In this type of intelligence, examples are CM, security information for security information event management, firewalls, endpoints, and IDS or IPS. In the second type of intelligence, we have operational intelligence, which is about who, why, and how perform the cyber attack. This is more operational and a little of business intelligence, and has a bigger lifespan because the adversaries cannot change their TTP so easily. There are fields such as vulnerability management, incident response, and threat monitoring. In this type of intelligence, for example, there are SOC analysts, etc., which perform along with the aforementioned candidates. In the last type of intelligence, we have strategic intelligence, which is clearly business, focuses on stakeholders and the environment behind the cyber attack. So is trying to be identified why a cyber attack happened and what kind of environment, what the geopolitical conditions associated with this kind of attack and contribute to this attack. Here we have CISO, CEOs, CTOs, executive board, etc., that are involved in this type of intelligence. So we will deal with the first type of intelligence. We will deal with IDS, which belongs in the first kind of intelligence. An IDS it's not exactly like a firewall, because a firewall prevents the access on a network, allowing or preventing traffic according to some security rules. But an IDS is for detection based on traffic for malicious packets in order to be identified possible threats. So there are two big categories. There is network-based IDS and host-based IDS. Network-based IDS, for example, have to do with tasks like detecting malware and botnet activity. It has to do with traffic, with the network, inspecting inbound and outbound traffic packets, and identify the known patterns of malware or botnets, for example, or identify unauthorized access attempts, like attempts to breach a network, or monitoring for DOS attacks, which aim to overwhelm network resources and take services offline. The second type of IDS is host-based IDS, which is about monitoring critical system files, about detecting malicious system behaviors, and other examples are it can be used to generate detailed logs of system activities. The IDS I will show you is a network-based IDS, and this type of IDS is based in machine learning for this kind of tasks and for classification, basically, in this stage. Other implementations that are two papers examples are, for example, intrusion detection system for NSLK data based on deep learning and recursive feature elimination. It's from University of Technology in Iraq, and was published in the Engineering Technology Journal. It's they used for IDS recursive elimination first for feature selection, so they select the best features, and also they employ deep neural networks and recurrent neural networks for classification. They have very good results with an accuracy of 94%, and they classified in four type of categories: normal, DOS, probe, R2L, URL. This will be explained later. And they used an NSLK dataset. So it's the same dataset as we used. The other is machine learning approach for intrusion detection system. It's from IEEE, and they used in this case they didn't do this kind of feature elimination, and they didn't use deep neural networks, but they used support vector machines, a pipeline of different machine learning models for classification, like logistic regression, naive-Bayes, multi-layer perceptron, random forest, decision tree, etc. And they have very good results, over 90% of accuracy. But they So I will show you later what we did differently. What about this implementation? We created this kind of machine learning code for a simple of a first implementation of an IDS for detecting first of all binary classification if a threat, if a connection from NSLK dataset is malicious or not, is a cyber attack or not. And the second type of classification was multi-classification. And we used also these four type of categories: DOS, probe, user to root, and to RL, which is based on the patterns from the NSLKD dataset. We first performed the pre-processing, the raw network traffic like curation protocols, etc., is extracted and transformed into feature sets. Made the training and classification. We use the labeled, we use this type of dataset, and the binary and multi-class classification. Most details about this I will show you in a while. And we use the mostly random forest classifier, but also we tried to use a light gradient boosting machine and extreme gradient boosting, and logistic regression, and make some kind of comparison in accuracy mostly. But concerning the predictions, we also use the recall, precision, FNA score, and the area under the curve. So the NSL dataset derived from the KTD CAP dataset includes various network connection set labels that describe whether the traffic is normal or an attack. It has this kind of four attacks: denial of service, probe, remote to local, and local to remote. And there are flags, patterns of connections, and other network features for identifying attacks. Most with bigger detail. There are mostly features from application and transport and network layer. There are features about the duration of the connection, protocol type, like TCP, UDP, or ICMP, service, HTTP, FTP, and flags from the status of the connection. For example, ICMP fall in network layer. The flags CNAC, RST, and other TCP-related information related to transport layer, and the service attribute related HTTP, FTP deals with application layer. Also, there are contact features delete from the payload of traffic, like whether a root cell was obscene and the number file creations operations, which belongs in application layer. Also, there are traffic features like connections to the same host and the same service, providing statistics over time window, the count of connections to the same destination IP address, which belongs to the routing IP package, all the feature related to IP belongs to network layer, and to TCP or UDP, etc., to the transport layer. And lastly, there are time-based features like time-based how many connections occur to the same service within a certain time window, for example. And that belongs to network layer or to transport layer, like error in connection attempts or abnormal connection behaviors, like timeouts or resets. There are 125,000 instances approximately in the trained dataset, and 41 features and one label for attack. Also, there are 22,000 rows in the test dataset and 42 features. It was created in a simulated environment, and they used services like HTTP, FTP, and SMTP. It was not directly generated from real-world files or honeypots, though it could be done like this. So the type of attacks are DOS, denial of service. Examples are SYNFLOOD and SMERF attack, like sending a large number of incomplete TCP connections or sending ICMP request to overload the system. Remote to local, which is about gain authorized access to a machine remotely and then execute commands on it, like password guessing or phishing. user to root, like local user exploits vulnerabilities can root out administrative privileges. So this is when some already have access to a system and try to escalate their privilege to a higher level. Like examples are buffer overflow and rootkit. And the fourth is port probe scanning, which checking for open ports or server, for example, in case of port scanning, or the second example, network shipping, which is about scanning a large number of IP addresses to detect active systems. So it's about gathering information about the target system or network in order to find open ports, service or vulnerabilities. So binary and multi-classification. I will, and it was about FN score, AUX score, precision and recall. Google Colab was used in an environment for running Python. First of all, the training test data were imported through zip file. The appropriate libraries have been imported, like the Random Forest Classifier, Label Encoder, etc. There was an attack flag, which was 0 or 1, depending on if it's cyber attack or not, and an attack map, which was about the type of the attack. But the attacks categorized in these four categories: DOS attacks, for one, map to 1, probe attack to 2, privilege attack to 3, and access attack to 4, and cyber attack map to 0. One hot encoding also was performed in order for categorical features, and the train and the test dataset were split in using train test function in train and in validation dataset, which was 30% of the train dataset. So after this, accuracy was the rate of features between class 0 and 1 was calculated, which was 1.15, which is good using accuracy. But in comparison, because of the rate of the number of features to the class with the most features in multi-classification, FN score is better because the rates are bigger for 3. These were used for hyperparameter tuning using random search function, and also we use stratified kappa fault for cross-validation with percentage of each class samples in the train validation for each fault to be proportional to each fault samples. In there, the best parameters were evaluated. Afterwards, cross-validation was used for comparing various models based on accuracy, and in the end, performed the multi-classification. We used accuracy, precision, recall, and FN score. Also rock curve and rock out, area under the curve, and receiver operating characteristic curve, which is a graph about comparing true positive rate and false positive rate. So it's recall vs FPR, false positive rate, false positive divided with false positives into negative features. So we use the random forest, logistic regression, kappa neighbors, light GBM, and XGBoost. And also we used for multi-classifications mode because there was class imbalance. So we had to use mode in order to balance the number of features in order to make a better FN score in the case of that have been used mostly in a multi-classification. And we could also use grid search, which is for making an exhaustive search of the hyperparameters combinations. But finally, we use the mostly random search. We also use grid search, but for 3 only hyperparameters for random forest, for number of decision trees in the random forest, maximum depth that any individual tree can reach in the forest, and then for the minimum number of samples required to split the internal load of a decision tree. Because it's more time consuming, and we were okay using randomized search. These are some kind of examples from the code. This is from custom scorer because it's a function for adjusting the probability threshold in order for accuracy or for FN score. I will show you later. This is for accuracy. This is the hyperparameters for random forest that were used for hyperparameter tuning for random search. This is stratified kappa fold and cross-validation in the right and cross-validation for some machine learning labels, which are these labels that were compared along for based on accuracy. This is multi-classification. This is about multi-classification using probability threshold. This time the custom scorer for FNA score. So adjusting the probability threshold in order to find the best FNA score. And also this is mode and also class weights, which is another technique that also used along with mode in order to adjust the class weight that the model that will be used by the model in random search, for example, because of the different samples in each class. But we use mode finally, which has the same number of features finally in each class with synthetic features, because it gave better results. And also random search and stratified kappa fold, and finally the metrics. These are the results, and we can see that for binary classification, we had approximately 95% on the test dataset on a FNA score, and 94% for accuracy on test set, which are very good results. And for multi-classification, and also you can see the area under the curve graph, the rock curve, basically. And this is the results from multi-classification, which are about 82% for forest accuracy on test set and 97% on validation set, which is multi-classification was not so good in finally. It can be also be better, but it's not so easy because also because of this kind of class imbalance. So maybe other techniques they could be used in the future too to perform a better score than this. And these are the results comparing the models based on accuracy, and we can see that the best model is maybe XGBM, LGBM, and XGB classifier, and also random forest maybe in equal approximately prediction ability. Kappa networks was not so good, but good, and logistic regression was not so good in this type of good, but not so good in this type of experiment. The future plans are grid search for more hyperparameters in order to make a broader range of hyperparameters tuning, and exploring new dataset like the UNSW-UNB15, which is a network intrusion detection dataset that contains normal and malicious network traffic. And there are categories like exploits, DOS, worms, and reconnaissance, making it ideal for testing intrusion detection systems, or web bot detection, which is more for identifying automated bot traffic versus human interaction on websites. They contain features like behavior patterns, request headers, session data, etc. This is about preventing credential stuff and web scrapping. Credential stuffing is an attack where a large list of stolen username password pairs is used by bots for logging to various websites, and web scrapping refers to the automatic process of extracting a large amount of data from websites, often without the website's permission. Also, another future plan could be pipelines of models in order to use more models than one we used in this type of diploma thesis. Another future plan is running models on embedded systems. We made the first attempt, but it was not so. We can make it better in the future. We use Raspberry Pi Pico emulator, but it can be better. So we want to explore it and use machine learning models on embedded systems and our devices. And the last future plan could be to create a CM beyond IDS, which was be about integrated cybersecurity analytics, monitoring alerts, beyond traditional intrusion detection systems, for also prevention and mitigation of cyber attacks. Thank you. If you want to make me some questions, I've finished the presentation.
Thank you, George. Unfortunately, it was more than 15 minutes, and we are already took some time for the questions. But nevertheless, I think one short question can be asked. So please, who would like to ask the question, turn in your microphone and Professor Bardis, please.
Yes. Thank you, George. It was very nice, your presentation. Please tell us about your data, from where you cut your data to make all this experience. Is they validate, is it real data or data set that you made?
Okay, I present it in the second, third slide, when we can see that the NSL KDD dataset have been used, which is a dataset containing features from network, transport, and application layer, mostly from application layer. And it was created in a simulated network environment that simulated normal user behavior and network traffic, as well as malicious activity. And included services like HTTP, FTP, or SMTP.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, George. Do we have any more questions? No? Okay. Thank you, George. Thanks for the presentation. You can switch off the sharing of the screen.
Okay.
And I'd like to invite the ID 175, the talk entitled Machine Learning Aided Singular Value Decomposition. Who would like to... Okay, I see the presentation.
Yes. Greetings, dear colleagues. Good morning.
You have 15 minutes. Please respect the timing. Thank you.
Thank you. I will try to be as brief as possible. I think we will be okay. This is an ongoing research. This presentation is about an ongoing research about trying to implement singular value decomposition in microcomputers, training an already existing model. This implementation features the use of Taylor expansions, and of course it's made for, as mentioned, microcomputers with limited bit accuracy. Agent decompositions are used for many tasks. Some of them are seen in the presentation: graph matching, image classification. Some others are not shown. For example, when we talk about 2D matrices for signals. In practice, agent decomposition is often performed by singular value decomposition due to its stability. This research aims at providing solid implementation of agent decomposition in a deep learning manner, so that a capable model can be trained for microcomputers. The main applications here are some examples. Of course, singular value decomposition is splitting a matrix into three matrices, where each matrix represents certain characteristics of the original matrix. For example, here we see the two examples, image A and image B. The A asterisk is the color transfer application. It is used by multiplying the values of by this value, and then multiplying the values of image B with this value. Style transfer, as we see in the second example, is similar, a little bit more complex, but it can be achieved similarly. The issues with the traditional approach when we try to learn the model is that the two agent values can come close to each other, and this makes the derivatives of the agent vectors uncontrollably large, which can throw off the model. We will see the matrix K in the maths that follow. It is used for the loss graph. We'll see that Li and Lj are two agent values. When those are close to each other, then this value becomes too large and can throw off the algorithm. This makes integrating SVD to deep networks a challenge. When only the agent vector is associated to the largest agent values required, there is a traditional power iteration method, but power iteration somehow can round some numbers and then can carry on inaccurate agent vectors and gradients, which can throw off the model. In the graph above, we see that as the matrix increases, So the chances, the probability of two eigenvalues being very close to each other appears. You can see if we have 600 dimensions, we'll see that 10 to the power of minus 2 is the probability of the case discussed of two eigenvalues being very close to each other. And the failure rate, we can see if the matrix has 4 dimensions, the size of 4, then there's a 53%, and it obviously fails when we increase the dimension more. The post-traditional solutions have to do with rounding and applying a regularizer, which can force the matrix to be orthogonal in a matter, but those are not the real values, and there is suboptimal performance. And some applications, like the ones we've mentioned before, require extreme accuracy. The idea is to use Taylor expansion. We'll do a little bit unorthodox. We will discuss the results first. As you can see, the training error when we use SVD with Taylor expansion decreases. This is the traditional power iteration method. Of course, the result is the same, but it takes way more time to train as the dimension increases. If the dimensions are 16, we spot that the Taylor expansion is extremely more efficient. The maths, we will not discuss them too much, but of course there is the matrix split into 3 matrices. When we try to incorporate deep learning, we need to calculate the gradient of the loss function, where the K matrix is represented and where this problem arises. We notice that this value remains. That's why we will rely on Taylor expansion to solve this issue. The idea, the Taylor expansion of 1 divided by 1 minus x is given by this function and this remainder. If we now substitute x with Li divided by Lj, we change the value of k. And if we replace the first value with the new k calculated, we will see that we don't have the value 1 divided by Li minus Lj. So the problem of two eigenvalues being very close to each other is presumably solved. However, we notice that we have 1 divided by Lj, and of course that means that Lj can't be 0. Given that, there is, we will add a small positive value to the diagonal of the original matrix M that has been proven. We will not talk about the maths because it can be tiring, but this small positive value is crucial because it doesn't affect the eigenvectors. It increases the values ever so bit, but it doesn't affect the eigenvectors. And so it doesn't affect the matrices after the SVD is completed. We also have a K value. This K value is a hyper value that has to do with sensitivity. And after testing for different values, the results are the following. Of course, the final result after the training is concluded, we see that the result is the same when it comes to training and testing. We get to the exact same result, but when E is 10 to the power of minus 2 and K is 9, we get the more efficient algorithm to train our models. The future research is to implement SVD microprocessors to train a model and convert it. We currently use the TensorFlow library, so we want to train a model and convert it so that it can run on small computers where float 32 isn't enough to handle the small numbers that may appear. The Taylor expansion method has no problem with the value being 0, and it also has no problem with two values being the same, with two identical values, two values having the same number. There is also, due to the complexity of SVD calculation, there is some bottlenecks during the forward propagation, but those are mitigated because the back propagation of propagation of the algorithm is way faster than the traditional approaches. So there can be some future research on faster and more efficient ways to calculate ADAM vectors. And as I mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, it is also important that we find to test this Taylor expansion algorithm with 2D matrices and not three-dimensional matrices. The idea of three-dimensional matrices is picture, SVD in pictures, and the idea of 2D matrices is SVD on signals. The references are those mentioned. Everything was trained using the tiny ImageNet dataset, which is open and free. This research is mainly driven as an inspiration by the first article, which proposes Taylor expansion as a solution. This concludes my presentation, and I will be happy to answer if you have any questions.
Thank you, Philippos. So do we have any questions to the author? No questions? Yes, Professor Bardis, please.
Yes, thank you, Philippas. Very interesting your talk and the thematic that we're working on, the deep learning. Had you made any experience until now with real data for that?
We haven't yet trained the model on real data since the main idea of the research is to implement it sufficiently for two-dimensional vectors. Finding a dataset for two-dimensional vectors has proven a little bit challenging, but the first thing we want to do is implement a three-dimensional dataset, which is any image dataset, in this example, tiny ImageNet, and train a sufficient model. So the idea is that if it works on a microprocessor using a three-dimensional matrix, then we can easily train the model. But to directly answer the question, no, there hasn't been yet any training on real actual data. It's obviously difficult to get the real data.
Yeah, okay. Yesterday it was a very interesting lecture from Technical University of Athens of Department of Mathematics that they make such data sets with good validation for 3D and for 2D dimensions. So from the proceedings you can see how they do it, and they show that they have very good degrees of validation degree on that. So keep on touch with them, and I think that their work they can work on yours also. Thank you.
Yes, I have noted that presentation, Professor Bardis. Yes, of course.
You will receive it after that from the conference with the proceedings.
Of course,
I mentioned to you is I think it's Professor Koukouvinos. He's also PhD students that he's making almost that about that. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Do we have any more questions to the author? No, it seems no. Thank you, Philippos. We're going to the next talk entitled Stride Analysis and Predictive Mechanisms for Educational Chatbots. Okay, Serhii, you're presenting. You have 15 minutes, please. We can't hear you. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, sorry. Dear colleagues, allow me to present the research, Stride Analysis and Protective Mechanism for Educational Chatbots by authors Inna Rozlomi, Andrei Yarmenko, and Serhii Naumenko. In the era of rapid development of information technology, chatbots have gained popularity and become necessary in various areas of life, including commerce, medicine, and service. However, there is use in the educational field is particularly significant where they are not only innovative tools, but also a means of providing effective distance learning. Chatbots interact with the user through text or voice messages, providing a wide range of services and information. In the field of education, chatbots have already become an integral part of educational process, providing students with access to knowledge, answers to questions, and support for educational tasks. These intelligent agents create opportunities to personalize learning by providing students with access to knowledge, answers to questions, and support for learning tasks. The development of educational chatbot is accompanied by security and privacy challenges, especially in the context of processing such a sensitive category of data as students' personal data. In particular, in the context of educational chatbots, it's important to ensure that copyrighted data, which is often the subject of intellectual property, is protected from copying, distributing, and unauthorized use. It can be seen from the picture on the slide that the central part of the chatbot is the server, which provides data processing and analysis in the process of communication between the service provider and the client. The knowledge base of the chatbot server contains the information necessary to process requests and provide answers. Logic rulers and parsers are responsible for the logical analysis of incoming information and its preparation for further use. Having access to information in the knowledge base, the chatbot server forms answers to user requests. The purpose of the article is to investigate threats to the information security of educational chatbots using the STRIDE methodology. It also focuses on examining and proposing modern technical and methodological approaches to effectively protect against identified threats while ensuring a high level of security and confidently in the process of learning and interacting with additional chatbots. Protection against threats defined by the STRIDE model, such as POFIN, falsification, denial, disclosure, denial of service, privilege escalation, and others, requires the application of security mechanisms to ensure authenticity, integrity, non-reportability, confidentiality, availability, authorization, and other properties. To effectively manage potential threats to information security and create reliable systems, it's important to consider various threats and attack scenarios. In the context, it's important to use such comparative methodologies as STRIDE, which allows you to systematically classify threats and develop effective security measures. The STRIDE methodology defines 6 main classes of threats that can occur in the system. The figure presents as interpretation of these categories in the context of their impact on confidentiality, integrity, availability, and other aspects of security in the educational environment. Authentication includes the following key steps. The user interacts with the chatbot by submitting his identification data, user ID, and password. The password is hashed before being stored in the system to ensure confidentiality. The chatbot creates a digital signature for the credential and password hash. The user sends the signature together with the request for interaction. The chatbot verifies the user digital signature using the public key that provided during the previous authentication. The chatbot can generate temporary tokens during the session to further identify the user, increasing the level of security. This mechanism adds an additional layer of protection when interaction with chatbot is in the educational sphere. End-to-end encryption is an effective system for ensuring confidentiality in communication where only the interaction parties can decipher the transmitted messages. This method ensures that only a specific defined participant in the communication process exchange keys, gained access to the conversation, thereby protecting it from unauthorized access by third parties. In the case of using a public key, a pair of keys open and closed is generated for the user. The table on this slide presents an overview of modern encryption algorithms that are actually used to protect data in chatbots. The optimal choice may depend on the specific needs and limitation of the platform. Using an API with authentication allows you to determine exactly which individuals or systems have access to specific chatbots functions. The use of keys and authentication mechanism in interaction with APIs also reduces the risk of unauthorized access and prevents unwanted modification or leakage of information. In the field of educational chatbots, especially when it comes to the transfer of sensitive identifying information, and important technical solution is the use of self-destruction messages. These contain personally identifiable information of a period of time. This approach can be activated both by user and by the chatbot, providing an additional level of privacy. The use of self-destruction messages in educational chatbots can be implemented by various technical solutions and the use of specialized libraries indicated in the table on this slide. Containerization automates the processes of deploying, managing, scaling, and ensuring the availability of containerized applications, which is especially relevant for educational chatbots, where reliability and continuity of operation, as well as protection of user data, are important. Container technologies make it possible to create isolated environments for the execution of applications, which significantly increases their security. The test showed that the average response time of the system after the introduction of protective mechanism was 150 milliseconds, which is only 10 milliseconds more compared to the system without protection. Such as a result indicates the inside fund influence of protection mechanism on the speed of the system. Resource usage analysis showed that CPU usage increased by 3% and memory is zagged by 2% during peak load. This indicates that the minimum expenditure of resources while ensuring a high level of security. The result emphasizes the scientific novelty of the approach proposed in this article. The integration of advanced encryption protocols and multi-level authentication mechanism into the structure of the chatbot allows you to balance the requirements of security and ease of use, providing reliable protection at the same time keeping the user interaction at a high level. Unlike previous models, our solution demonstrates the ability to adapt, which is confirmed by its effectiveness in simulation with variable threats. And a comprehensive approach to the evaluation of the effectiveness of protection mechanism shows that the proposed solution provides a high level of security with minimal expenditure of the resources. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Serhiy. Do you have any questions to Serhiy? Okay, please, Vitaly.
Thank you. My question is, thank you for this presentation. My question is, Stride is maybe most the oldest model for threat analysis from 90s. Why you decided to use this model instead of CVSS for?
Yes, thank you for your question. We decided to use this model like we think it has good algorithms and good and showing good performance and as we think it's we don't know why it's not popular now and created new algorithms. So we are trying to make this process popular again, as we make some testing, so it's showing a good performance, and we think need to learn this subject more.
Thanks for your answer.
Okay, there will be a question from my side. Can you please go back to the slide with the resources, software resources and hardware resources, efficiency calculation? One of the latest one. You state to receive some. This one. How did you measure the CPU usage, and how did you measure the software response time?
We just used library to test code without protection. We had code to communicate, API code to communicate application with API, and just added library for testing CPU using and memory.
What is the library came from? Where did you took it? How can we trust these results?
I don't remember the name. It's Python library. API was implemented on Python, and right now I cannot show the code, but
so it's open source thing, yeah?
Yep, for sure.
No, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you too.
It seems that we do not have any more questions to Serhii. So Serhii, thank you for your presentation, and we go into the next one. And next one is SQL database for vulnerability analysis in web systems, in web services. Sorry, could present this work. Seems that we do not have anyone. Okay.
No, yes. My group is one sec. I have a problem with comparative.
So, would you like to be the next one? So maybe we can ask the next presenter, and while you are dealing with the problems, is it okay to you?
No, I can I? Okay. Okay, I can share. Can you look my?
Yes, we can see your screen. So go on to the presentation.
Okay. Well,
Do you
okay.
have a presentation?
Yes. It's. Can you see? Okay. Well,
I see the paper. Do you have the presentation?
No, a long paper.
So you will present the paper.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, please proceed.
Well, my partner and me, we are from Peru and don't speak good the English. La exposición la haremos en español. Okay. Compañero. Gonzalo.
Hola, muy buenas.
Sí.
Bueno, iniciando con lo que sería el resumen de esta RCL, se usaron 570 documentos relacionados con el tema entre las bases de datos de Scopus y la IEEE. Utilizando lo que serían los criterios planteados, se llegaron a lo que sería 33 estudios que se habrían utilizado. Y bueno, siguiendo la lógica de la metodología Pico y Prisma,
I'm sorry, excuse me, please. The working language of the conference in English. Can you be so kind, please, to to provide the presentation in English? Because no one can understand you, unfortunately.
Yeah, I understand, but another person recommended speak in Spanish because my partner and me don't speak English good. It's so bad.
But at least you can say something. I can hear you, and everyone can hear you. At least you can say something, because we do not speak Spanish. I think I can speak on behalf of all people here, but we cannot understand anything. If you can provide anything in English, please do so. Otherwise,
okay, provide. Okay, Gonzalo, trata de leer un poquito en inglés, lo que puedas. Okay, we can try, okay?
Okay, please.
Okay. Well, introduction. In the digital age, many organizations and industries have transitioned from websites to web application, exposing to the numerous threats because the first time attack, it's a base date or time or times it's focused in injection SQL method. Sorry, but I don't speak good English. It's impossible. Can I go? Can I try?
Okay, maybe you can
Sorry.
say me, like, say what was done in the paper shortly. What was the result?
Okay. The results it's here, and the first figure we'll talk about the publication between 2018 and 2023. Another question is what tools were used in the search. The principal tools it's SAP and W3EF. This tools is principal based about detect the injection SQL and another malwares. The second question is what strategies or strategies were implemented to strengthen the security. The principal strategy is input validation and parameterized queries. Another question is in which web services was the research conducted. The principal services when it's more attacked, it's in e-commerce, electronic commerce, and in entertainment, or debe tener otro nombre, entertainment. Another question is what limitations were encountered in the research? The limitation found the limitation had inaccurate information. It's the principal because the information about this project is not exactly in the RSL, in the others RSL. The final question is what was the accurate percentage of the research? The use the WhatsApp have a 19% to exactly we have a result. It's all. Another is the method, it's a discussion and conclusion.
Okay, so as I understand, you provide the systematic literature review of the information.
Yeah.
Okay, and what was the conclusions at the end of the day? What did you found? What is the core of this research?
Well, the conclusion is simple because with our investigation results, WhatsApp it's the best tool for detecting injection SQL and malwares because have much components with you work for shares the malware, no? And because it's a scanning, okay, it's one good scanning for detected the malware, for example, injection SQL. And protect your base date for. It's recommended use the organization because with this tool can detect one malware. No? It's the principal conclusion. Can I say?
Yep, thank you very much. I can see that you speak some English, and next time you need to prepare a presentation to have the good visibility of the results.
Yeah, no problem. I practice in my English, but thanks and sorry for this.
Okay, Nikos Bardis, please. I saw you raised a hand. Maybe do you have any questions to our presenter?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, I saw. Yes, of course. The English is not very good for presentation. They have to make it better. But I saw that it's very interesting here results about if they can tell us about the statistics they had about the attacks that they had from Kali Linux and the other operation systems, because I see here about the SQL map that he had, and the Kali Linux is 6.7 from Kali Linux and 13.3 in SQL maps. So this was from papers the last how many years you make your research? From how many years is the papers that you use?
The papers used it's 2018, 2023.
2018, 2023. So
between.
was between that. So was the time that we had a lot of cyber attacks on SQL, huh? On SQL.
Attacks SQL. Well, in this job, in this work, the SQL attack where or infocate it's injection SQL.
SQL injection, yeah. Yeah, thank you. And
Okay,
the paper was only from IEEE and or was also in Scopus and Google and from Google Scholar Google.
Sorry, it's one question. Sorry, I don't understand.
The papers that you use was only IEEE?
Yeah, it's triply the information we are rescated about Scopus and
Scopus also.
Scopus and IEEE.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions to Orlando? No, thank you, Orlando.
Okay, thank you.
And we can proceed to the another presentation, which is drone swarm monitoring, novel modeling approaches. Who will be presenting this work?
It's me.
Okay, please share your screen.
Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Sorry. So my talk is drone swarm monitoring, novel modeling approaches. Drones have become increasingly popular in military application due to their versatility, real-time feedback, and maneuverability. There is a list of military tasks where drones are employed. Among them is reconnaissance and surveillance. And in this paper, we study one of component of this key function, which is real-time monitoring. This function allows real-time view of battlefield or part of battlefield, specified part of the battlefield. The problem, drone swarm monitoring problem, DSMP, we formulated as follows. We have a swarm of drones, each different in terms of viewing angle, maximum height, and energy supply. These drones are initially stationed at various points on the ground. The goal is to monitor a rectangular area A using these drones for a specified period of time T, ensuring that all the drones return to their respective base point after completing the task. And the problem is to determine the optimal monitoring destination points of the drones in such a way that the area A is maximally covered during the monitoring period, while considering each drone's constraints, such as limit on height and energy supply. There is an illustration of such as a coverage area we consider rectangular, and there are 4 drones is depicted here. So we aim to find special configuration, so the coordinates of the destination points of the drones in a 3-dimensional space. But at the same time, we can notice that observational area of each of the drones is circular. So circular, and each drone is projected exactly onto the center of the circle. So in other words, we come actually to a problem, or to a circular coverage problem, CCP. We will first model it and consider it. Here also there is, in this picture, we can see that these drones and these yellow and red drones differ by viewing angles. As a result, on the same height, one drone observe a smaller area, while this is larger because it has larger viewing angle. Problem statement for CCP. We are given a placement area A and a specified number of circular disks CI, having a radius Ri. How should this end disk be placed so that they cover as great a portion of the area as possible? Placement is uniquely determined by a tuple xy, where xy is a set of coordinates of center of the disks. To differ any solution from optimal, we will use xy star for optimal one, and so CCP can be formalized as follows. We aim to find a plane configuration x star y star such that function depending on these two is maximized, and this function is area of union of all the circle intersected with coverage with our domain. And also we can add placement constraint, PC, the center of the disk are always in this domain, thus all these disks are participated in coverage. So this function represents a coverage area, and challenges in application and in implementation of this model is the following: is the complexity of formalizing this function. For instance, there is a known if two disks are intersect, then we have a closed formula for area of the intersection. For 3 or more overlapping circle, at least I don't know this close. So the problem, the model is become more and more complicated as more circles overlap. That is why standard approach to limit ourselves to optimize the optimization of pairwise overlapping area, and in such a way we can use this formula for this optimization model. Another issue is that this formula also is not cannot represent area of intersection of arbitrary two circles, because if circles are quite far away, then this function equal to 0. So this expression has to be also modified. So there is a standard model that is used for circular coverage problem, where our objective is represented as a total area of pairwise intersection of these disks, where Aij is given by such pairwise nonlinear function, and if again we see on the implementation of this model, I mean computer implementation, we have to deal with such quite complex function which has trigonometric function, in particular in their expression. So, but anyway, theoretically, such model can be solved. Such problem can be solved by general solver like IPOpt or APOpt, but these solvers operate with Hessian. So this is a matrix of second partial derivative, and for such function, for this function A, this even first derivative will has breaking points, so it has some peculiarities that it doesn't allow in all points this differentiation. And this motivates us to try some other approaches, which main goal would be to model the same problem, but in more simple form. And for that, we decided to apply an area of optimization theory. It's called goal programming. And the idea is the following. If we solve, for instance, Normal's feasibility problem, we have a set of constraints, and our goal to find such solutions which satisfies all the constraints. Equivalent formulation of the constraint in form of equality constraint is the following. We introduce slack non-negative slack variables and add it to the left-hand side and then solve this extended model with slug variables. This is the standard approach that is used in particular in linear programming. Here we consider a generalized feasibility problem where our constraint has two types. Of two types, one of them is this constraint. It's normal obligatory constraint, so they have to be fulfilled. And another set is optional constraint, but preferable to fulfill. So our goal to solve this problem, this feasibility problem, to find a solution which is, if we have no feasible solution, but we have to find a solution which gives some compromise between some constraints which are some of them which will be violated. But anyway, we get in some sense better solution from out of possible. So in contrast to this standard feasibility problem, general feasibility problem, it is transformed into equations using two sets of slack variables, S plus and S minus. Both of them are non-negative, and in real situation, one of them is always will be zero, another will be non-negative or positive. And goal programming approach is the following. It's general feasibility problem that seeks to find a solution that best satisfies the optional constraint. So it satisfies for sure obligatory constraint and the best optional constraint. And approach to solve the problem is the following. So we aim to minimize all these slack variables which represent a violation of each of the corresponding constraints, subject to the set of so we solve such an optimization problem, but it has a number of objectives, and so this is multi-objective optimization problem. And the normal standard approach to solve it, it's convolute all the objective into one objective using penalties. So next step is assign penalties for a violation, optional constraint per unit of the violation, and then perform a linear convolution of the objective and formulation and solving a new problem with of such problem with one objective and subject to the same constraints. And next step, we have applied this approach to our, first of all, to CCP problem, and formulated CCP model 2. This is goal programming model. For that, we introduce this general feasibility problem where mandatory placement constraint are placement constraints that our centers are in this domain A, and optional non-intersectional constraints. So in coverage problem, we allowed intersection of these circles, but here we aim at that this intersection was as less as possible. That is why this constraint non-intersection are optional. And then applying all this scheme that I told, our problem is reduced to minimization of such function subject to a set of constraints, and where Pij is penalty for violating the constraints that interior of intersection of two circles is non-empty. So we have overlapping of these two circles. And this model, CCP model 2, its advantage over CCP model 1 and 0 is that this model is very simple in terms of mathematical model is simple because our objective is linear. Constraints are quadratic equality constraints and also linear constraints, equality constraints. So this is quadratic problem. So it can be Hessian is a constant matrix of constants, and so this problem can be solved by general solvers successfully, as well as quadratic solvers like Gurobi and Cplex, where now recently such non-convex constraints are also allowed to include in some models. So we extended considerably set of available solvers to solve such problem. And next step, we return to our DSMP, our original model. And here, from a plain configuration XIJ, we move to a search for a special configuration XYH, where H is a vector of coordinates of height of the drones, of destination points of the drones. Then radius we also replace by KIHI, thus radius will be variable. Now, then we add also height limit constraints, which are linear. And next is energy limit constraint, which first the term represent conditions that this drone has to cover all the distance from base point to destination point and come back. And the second, that they have to fulfill this observation function during the time t on this height. And this constraint is complicated because of these radicals also for implementation, but it allows also to represent it's in polynomial form, in quadratic form, 17, 18 after quadratization. And we come to the model DSMP model 2, which is also, as well as this model 2, previous model 2 is also quadratic, and the same approach can be, solvers can be used to solve it. In contrast to DSMP model 1, because the same, when we apply this transformation, the model 1 will, because again it will have this trigonometric relations and all these disadvantages that I told. So this is the second model is much easier, much better. And last argument is that we have conducted a small computational experiment using IPOpt, which implements interior point method. This is general solver, and we called it from Geka Python package, which allows differentiation and deriving Hessian in explicit form automatically. And we have implemented both this model, DSMP models, and actually the only disadvantage of the second model is the number, is its dimension, because model 1 has only has 2 and 3 and 3 and variables. In contrast, this model, because of slash variables, it will depends on n quadratically. But nevertheless, first result is that when we run this model unlimited, then optimal configuration of both these models was better in terms of value of function f1, f2 than this of the second configuration. This means that this means that our model are different. They give a different solution, but itself this model both are right model, and then another stage we limit our we set time limit to 60 seconds. In this case, in most of cases, when we use the second solution and substitute it to the first function, which represents this total pairwise overlapping area, it was less than the same solution. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, but please.
Sorry. So anyway, we have demonstrated advantage of this model, and then to summarize, there are several directions of further work, generalization, and challenges, and finally. Conclusion. So main contribution is that we have proposed a new approach to modeling that allows to formulate much simpler models, and now we can to continue the work and and in particular the experiment to show more advantages of it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Do you have any questions to the presentation? Yes, please, Vitaly, you're welcome.
Thank you. My question is, does your model take in mind the third dimension of the surface?
Dimension here, this DSMP model, the third dimension is HI, variables HI. Yes, yes.
Thank you. And, another question is maybe more complicated. You did an experimental calculations, and I did not understand it well. Is it possible to provide such calculations in real time? To, for example, to reassign objectives for a swarm of drones in real time.
So this is, thank you for your question. This is also future work. So first of all, we think about such a solution, the dynamic solution of such a problem. That if, for instance, some of the drones was destroyed or out of order for some reason, how to reconfigure these other drones quickly. Yeah, this will be, so this model can be easily modified, because in this case we will use as a base point their current locations. Yeah. Hi.
Vitaly, you are unmuted.
So.
Okay, I think this is the answer to the question. Maybe this will be the last question from my side as well. Are you planning to conduct any experiments on the real FPV drones, real hardware in the field, to understand whether your approach is working and how it can be used right now?
Thank you.
I mean, can you hear me?
Yeah. So this is your question.
Yeah, this is the question. Are you going to conduct any experiments? If yes, so which type of drones would you like to use?
So in our this test experiment, we just took three types of drones with three angles of observation and some different parameters of energy supply, etc. And just it was not real. So to real problems, this mostly about the goal programming approach to cover problems, and which was then implemented to this drone monitoring problem. So it was not the first goal; it was second goal.
Okay, I don't have any more questions. Thank you very much. And let's proceed to the last presentation for today, and it will be reliable and trustworthy AI for drone operations.
Yes. Hello, colleagues. Now I share my presentation. Do you see my presentation?
Yes, please proceed with it.
Okay, thank you. I want to present our team research on a title Reliable and Trustworthy AI for Drone Operations. In today's rapidly evolving technological landscape, the importance of uncrewed aerial vehicles or autonomous drones cannot be overstated. There are changing industries from agriculture to emergencies. However, with this potential comes significant challenges, particularly in ensuring their safe and efficient operations in complex real-world environmental. Our work directly addresses these critical challenges in autonomous drones swarms. We are focused on three key areas. It's three key areas. It's enhancing operational safety, improving decision transparency, and maximizing operational efficiency in complex dynamic environmentals. There are just theoretical improvements. They have real-world implications for our future of drone technology and its widespread adoption. The key innovations is in our research is focused on three primary cornerstones of approach to reliable and trustworthy AI for drone operations. First of one, we have proposed a hierarchical decision-making system. Is not a standard decision tree. It's a sophisticated multi-layer approach that maintains operational reliable even when individual components fail. Imagine a drone farm navigation in disaster zones. Our system ensures that even if one drone malfunctions or loses communications, the overall mission is not compromised. Secondly, we have reviewed the implementation of a self-healing mechanism using ensemble methods. This is not just about redundancy, it's about intelligence, adaptive resilience. Our system can propose approach for identify issues, isolate them, and recognize itself or failure on the fly. In our test, this is a virtual test we provided only. This reduce system downtime and ensuring near continuous operation even on challenging conditions. Last, we look for integration and explainable AI modular. Where AI decision making can seem like a not only black box, but we propose a solution for provides real-time justification for critical decisions that provides. This is not just about transparency; it's about architectural design trustworthiness. When a drone makes a decision, operators can understand why the decision is chosen and allowing for better overseeing and more informed human AI collaboration. Architectural overview. This is not just about a collection of separate components. It's an integrated framework designed to create comprehensive, reliable, and trustworthy AI for drone farms. in the center of this approach is an architecture with hierarchical decision-making system. The system operates on multiple levels of information simultaneously. At the lower level, it handles some information from systems of drones and its sensors, and at high level it's engaged in strategic planning operations, optimizing flight paths and mission objectives. This dual use approach allows our drones to be both immediately responsive and strategically working with one swarm. Integrated through this hierarchy are our adaptive learning and self-handling mechanism. As drones operate can continuously learning from their experience, previous missions, adjusting their behavior based on real-time data and past missions. Self-handling mechanism and changing the task during the missions is one of general pattern in flight missions, update or learning, and event configurations, the swarm structure to main mission integrity. Proposed IE approach looking for a series of IE decisions from simple course correction to major mission strategy shift can be traced and explained after these operations. This transparency is crucial for learning coordinations of drone swarm operations and public trust, especially in safety critical applications like search and rescue or urban monitoring. And for development this approach and its laboratory modeling, we use integration of TensorFlow with Intel One API. And some of external information like a dataset consists of pixel accurate for urban scenarios like near 400 images, 324 training the model, and 80 images for testing proposed algorithms. They captured from drone that fly in altitude from 5 to 30 meters in real area and environmental. And this approach consists of a few main elements. It's edge computing efficiency, power optimization, and scalability. And for this, we use some network tags from drone swarm and this getting images and use some of software virtualizations to provide our experiment on and build logic for working of this process. It's in the level side of our slide. We can find a logic model for learning and training of our model. They have a two-stage approach: it's semantics segmentation and safety verification in every loop of training model. And first, what we get from our experimental results. We saw a significant improvement in processing speed of getting information from drone sensors, what is main for real-time operations. We can find importantly the speed of data processing and cost accuracy that make lower of price of this data processing. And our semantic segmentation for identifying safe landing zone maintained at high accuracy when we pushed the processing of image speed. And we validate our system across various unmanned aerial vehicles model. We're using for this MATLAB core system, and including both quadrocopter and fixed wing drones, and it's crucial for real world adoption of this technology in the future. One of the most impressive results came from self-handling mechanisms that provide every next modulation of our mechanism more accuracy and more efficiency in provided environmental of modeling process. And last but not least, this proposed expandable AI model is provide additional information in post-mission analysis. We're able to trace and justify some decisions made during the complex operations of drone swarms. This level of transparency is provide new level of understanding autonomous drone systems and represents next steps in building trust and accountability in AI-driven operations. Additionally, we think in a future stage of researches, we can working on improvement in operations in extreme weather conditions, as a drone can lose the connection between some elements of this swarm. For modeling in this swarm, we use in maximum levels 4 separate drone systems that change information one between another. In conclusions, this approach architecture is provide adaptive learning and self-handling mechanism which allow AI systems to automatically adjust based on real-time data and past experience. Second, it's ensure transparency in decision-making process, increasing trust in the system, particularly in critical applications. And third, it's optimizing process using Intel 1 DNN and TensorFlow modeling, which significantly improved processing speed and accuracy in identifying safe landing zones for drones. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Bogdan, for your presentation. Do we have any questions to Bogdan? Maybe just a short question from my side. When you're talking about the drone operation, you mean the time when the drone is actively used, is on mission, or the drone application itself as?
We means it's drone missions. It's prepared before a flight. Some missions like make it been autonomous unpiloted missions and with no connection with ground station or with some channel of control of this drone, when drone need to work with another drones in some swarm and provide some tree of decisions like deep strike drones. When one of drones is missed, we need to change priority of goal during this flight and maybe change some target from these missions from put at the high level target to the one of drones that live in this swarm, and maybe get some decisions to terminate lower level of goals.
Okay, understood. Another question will be from my side as well. do you have any, let's say, any practical experiments on the field on the real type of drones, or it's mainly simulation right now?
At this stage, we have only simulations using a system of MATLAB and using collected database of pictures from our real environmental, but trying implement this approach in this AI architecture, we plan on the next stages of this research.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. No questions from my side. Seems that we do not have any more questions to. No, yes, one more. Yes, Nikos, please.
Yes. I don't have no questions, but I have to congratulate you and your session. It was one of the best that were in our conference this year. Congratulations for everybody for your work. Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, congratulations to all authors. Thank you very much. And if there are no further questions, I would like to thank everybody, attendees, authors, and everyone who was present, who was asked the questions. And that's it. Thank you very much. Enjoy your time on the conference, and have a nice and lovely Sunday. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye. The session is officially closed.
Dear Andrei, I think that we can try to test the connection to ensure that everything will be okay during the round table. And if it's useful for you, we can try to share the screen. I mean that it's possible to test the connection if it's useful for you. Dear Andrei, are you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No. I'm asking, dear Andrei Rusinski.
Oh, sorry.
We are not hearing you. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Hello. We see you and hear you.
Okay, we can try the presentation. Is it okay?
Yes, we can try it right now.
Okay.
To share the screen with the presentation, you can select the arrow, present now, and you can select, it's better select the entire screen and enable this selection to start the sharing. In a period window, you need to select the exact the select item and then click start sharing. It actually depends on the browser that you are using.
Yeah.
Again, present now, some button with arrow. Near the raised hand, the button present now. At the bottom of the items of the Meet connections at the screen. Near the microphone and camera, there is an arrow, present now.
So can you hear? Can you see my presentation?
Yes, no, we don't see the presentation. We see you and hear you, but not the presentation.
Okay.
You need to click start sharing, maybe, if it's selected. Or we can try it again.
Give me a second.
Yes.
Okay, and
now,
I can control it from here. Oh, no, I have to control it from the file. I cannot, but let me try to do it. Give me a second.
Do you plan to use a full screen mode, or it will be?
Okay. So can you see the presentation moving?
No.
Okay.
Do you plan to use a full screen mode?
Where is this full screen mode? No, I don't plan anything. The point is that now you can see the first slide of my presentation.
Yes, first slide.
I cannot move it, and I cannot move it down. You see, I cannot move it. You know, there's this scroll on the right, and if I hit it, it's in the edit mode. I cannot move it down. You see?
What would be if you will scroll it down?
Yeah, nothing happens. It just shows, you know, a green line as if I'm editing my presentation. You see what I'm saying? Let me try. Maybe try this.
Look,
no.
But it's changing on your screen, right?
No, it does not change anything. When
No, I mean at your computer.
No, nothing is changing right now.
Can you try pressing the middle button here, right to the zoom, like square with two arrows? If I remember correctly, it will put the into full screen, and you can change slides with arrow keys on your keyboard.
Where is this button you are talking about? At the bottom? Or?
In the top center of your monitor, top center of this PDF file. Right to the zoom.
I don't see the zoom.
Dear Andrei.
Yeah, I see, you know, that I can zoom percentage-wise. Maybe this is this button. Okay.
Right from the percentage, there is a small button to maximize, maybe?
No.
Can you say, do you have two monitors or one? Or you have, for example, two windows? Maybe you accidentally started to showing other window.
It looks like you are using two monitors, right?
No, I'm not using two monitors. No.
You can try sharing full screen, so we could see your cursor and we can help you navigate.
Yes, this is a solution. It's better to show the entire screen.
Yeah, but how can I do that?
Look, you need to stop the sharing at the bottom of the screen.
I don't see the button which shows me that I can share anything right now. I don't see
it. You need to open Google Meet?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Google Meet, yes.
You need to return back to the browser with window of Google Meet control buttons.
Okay.
Yes. No.
He accidentally left the meeting.
We are waiting.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I reset the Google Meet and there was no button which shows, you know, the full screen.
I I think I can turn demonstration of my screen and show what you need to press, so you can do this. If this will be okay.
Maybe the best way, you have my presentation, okay, correct? Hi, Ray,
If
how
you
are
need
you?
the assistance with your presentation, we can ensure the possibility of.
Yeah, you can show my presentation because it's getting too complicated. You know, you are talking about buttons which I do not have on my screen.
Okay,
Period.
so would it be the solution to
I
show your?
send you the presentation, so you should have it.
Yes, we received it, but in this case, you need to control the process, and you can say, please next slide, for example, to switch the slide when you.
Well, I will just tell you, I'm going to speak, correct? So I'm going to just tell you, next slide, please. And this is a PDF file, so we can move this down, going from one slide to the other. Is it okay?
Yes, it would be in this way. We can try.
That is very strange because I checked the whole procedure. It was fine. I was able to control the presentation from the window, which essentially shows the file, the PDF file. And I don't know, maybe we can try once again. We still have time, correct?
I think that there is a chance or possibility to find it, but if it would be better from all points of view to demonstrate from the outside, you
Yeah,
just need to provide the report and control and suggest what the page is.
No, I will just tell you. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a PDF file.
Exactly.
No problem.
I think that we can try right now how it would be.
Okay, go ahead.
A few seconds.
Yeah, no
or
problem.
1 minute.
What was strange, I checked it out and it worked fine. I don't get it why it's not working right now. Hi Ray, how is it going? Good to see you. So you will be, after my presentation, you will be the first one to talk. Now remember that we have only 1 hour and we have a lot of speakers. So number one, don't talk too much, and number two, please understand that these people are not speaking English-speaking people, so speak slowly if you could. Okay, thank you very much, and sorry for those remarks. It's interesting because I checked everything. It was working fine, you know. I managed this Google Meet, and right now when we have been trying to do the same thing, again, it's not working. And they ask me for some buttons related to the screen, and I don't have them, you know. So the interface might be different.
Actually depends on the exact browser version.
Okay, yeah, you know, I'm using this Google, you know, that's what is this? Chrome.
It should be. But let's try with sharing the screen. I mean, from our side, and let's try it right now.
Okay, go ahead.
We just ready. A few seconds.
Take your time. Perfect. Yeah.
We are started. Let's try like it
Yeah,
will be.
and you can move it. Okay, fine. Everything is fine. Artem, thank you very much for your help.
It's not only my help, but help of Andrei and Aliona also. It's our team that ensuring the entire process of the DCEP conference.
Whatever, the whole team. Thank you very much, all of you.
So you need to say the next slide, and would be the next
Yeah,
slide.
yeah, and I will tell you the next slide, and we will move on. Okay. Perfect. So this is this PDF file, correct? Just to make sure.
Yes, yes, that's PDF file that we
Okay.
received.
Дякую. Okay, then we can wait till 15
Okay.
minutes.
So do we need to leave it, or we will start in 20 minutes, right?
Yeah, we start in 20 minutes, whatever. I'm not going to switch off. I'm going to stand by. Okay?
Okay.
But I will switch off my mic.
Okay.
Доброго дня.
Dzień dobry, panie Adamie.
No witam, dzień dobry. Już jestem punktualnie chyba, bo to jest za 2 minuty.
Za 2 minuty jeszcze mamy czas.
Tak. No dobrze, to tam nie widzę jeszcze. Aha, tylko pana chyba widzę, tak? Bo to czy jeszcze ktoś jest?
Nie, będzie dobrze, spokojnie. Wszystko jest pod kontrolą.
Aha, no dobra. To czyli to pan prowadzi całą tą konferencję?
Nie, no to muszą zrobić, na razie musimy być cicho.
Aha, tak? To znaczy, ale kto to prowadzi? Kto
No,
jest
ktoś musi zaanonsować tą sesję, a ja mam prezentację wprowadzającą. Ja będę mówił.
No, ale kto tam wprowadza?
Tego to nie wiem, to już zależy od organizatorów.
Aha, a jest ta nasza piękna,
Nie możemy, bo wszyscy nas słyszą, panie Adamie, teraz musimy być cicho.
Dzień dobry, panowie.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry, dzień dobry.
Good idea, colleagues. Let's wait a few 1-2 minutes and we'll start our roundtable.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Slava, for your help. I checked everything, and for some reason, everything worked fine when I was trying the system. But this morning, I could not control the file. So we decided that the control of the file will be on your side. And I will be just sending a signal that next slide, please. So we are, yeah. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's please wait maybe 2-3 minutes.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Our host is here. I just talked to Ted, and he should be on his way. So I'm hoping that he's going to join us momentarily.
Dear colleagues, let's start. It's my pleasure to invite you for a unique session of our third conference. We have possibility for very interesting talk and a very interesting discussion. I would like to invite coordinators of the third 2024 Roundtable Digital Twins and Dark AI, Professor Emeritus Dr. Andrzej Rusiński, University of New Hampshire, United States, Dr. Ray Garbos, Fellow Emeritus, Lockheed Martin, USA. Dr. Ted Kochanski, Chief Scientist, Sensor Signal Systems, USA. Our special guest, Adam Ustinovich, Film Director, Poland. And ChatGPT, it was idea, Professor Andrzej Rusinski, to include in the team of coordinators directly ChatGPT AI. Hence, we have open discussion, and it's my pleasure to invite Professor Andrzej Rusinski for start, for introduction and for presentation.
Okay, the pleasure is mine, Slava. Thank you very much. So welcome.
Yes, welcome.
Okay, welcome to the Desert 2024 Roundtable. And the title is Digital Twin or Dark AI. Thank you very much for presentation of all the guests which we invited to the session. But the most important partner of this discussion is the audience of Desert 2024. I strongly encourage you to participate in our discussion, and I would be more than happy to hear what is your mindset and what is your way of thinking, how we are going to deal with this emerging paradigm of artificial intelligence. Next slide, please. So the basic question is, what is AI? For your information, it's quite interesting. Let me just read this note, which is referring to 1956. In the summer of 1956, John McCarthy, a mathematics professor at Dartmouth College, New Hampshire, USA, convened a small group of researchers from various disciplines for a Solvay-style workshop exploring the possibility of creating thinking machines. So the idea of AI as thinking machines essentially came from the year of 1956. So which is quite an ancient concept from our perspective. What is even more interesting, when we looked at today, just a couple of days ago, there were two Nobel Prize winners announced, one in physics and another one in chemistry. And both of them, those awards were able and were possible because of the involvement of AI.
Okay,
so
I found this on the web for who is referring to 1956 in the summer of 1950.
Sorry. So it's a question that this concept of AI is evolving. And the next slide, please. So the purpose in the context of this definition of AI is that we would like to sort of think from a scientific standpoint and create a knowledge base for AI, but from the perspective that this AI should be dependable. Okay, so there's a correct relation with the topics, the main topics and theme of our conference. One suggestion which we would like to bring for your consideration, the decision will be yours. Maybe in the future desert conferences, we can sort of summarize our founding and establish a new type of workshop which would be related to the dependable artificial intelligence. Next slide, please. Well, as we all are aware, there's a common knowledge, people are afraid of AI and so on. I sort of put this list, the list is not this is not a formal taxonomy, this is just what came to my mind ad hoc, so to speak. You can definitely extend this list, there's no problem with that. I would like to bring two interesting points maybe for our consideration. Maybe we can discuss this today. You know, AI has a very strange business model. So, you know, if we all look at it, you know, ask a question, who is profiting from AI and who is losing money, that's an interesting dilemma which we are facing these days. Another thing is AI is not only hungry for data, big data, but it's also hungry for energy. And it becomes a real issue how we can provide energy and justify the usage of energy to keep this AI going. So once again, the list here is not sort of a final list. This is just a provocative start to initiate the discussion how we can define AI and consequently say dependable AI and dark AI. Next slide, please. So even already we are facing with a multiple metaverses, I would say, of the words associated with AI. These are just two examples, which are sort of typical boundary cases. On one side, when you look at this picture on the left-hand side, you can see this smiling chatbot or robot, and it essentially implies that our partnership and friendship and relationship with AI will be rosy, lucky, happy, and useful for everybody. On the other hand, we can also envision this dark AI, which is a bad guy who is not only thinking about himself, but also trying to undermine the role of humans in the future. So that's an open question. How many different flavors of AI we already have, how they can be correlated, how they can be defined, and defined under a common umbrella of the definition, what I'm talking about. So that's an open question for us and challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a proposed structure. We don't have too much time for our discussion. Once I finish the introductory, which is going to happen almost momentarily, I will ask Ray to speak up, then Professor Harchenko, then Ted Kochański, and Adam Ustynowicz. And obviously, at any time, you are welcome to interrupt and intertwine and have your sort of voice heard. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so obviously everything what we are going to discuss today, I will try to sort of put in some kind of an order and get our ChatGPT involved. And, again, I would like to bring the notion of maybe in the future desert conferences so we can organize the better structure workshop devoted to AI dependability. Next slide, please. So I would like to welcome everybody, and I would like to announce our roundtable officially open. So thank you very much for your attention. And Ray, the floor is yours.
Hi, Andre. Hi, all the other people, especially Adam. I haven't talked to Adam in a while. I think the important thing of the presentation that Andre mentioned earlier, and it seems like a simple thing, is the idea of fakeness. It's when AI is being used to fake either individuals or a collection of people and stuff. And the concept of dark AI, much like the dark web, a lot of this will be going, it's kind of like an unknown. It's kind of hiding in the background. You really don't know what's kind of going on. But the ability for either misinformation, disinformation, the dark AI, there's probably a lack of ethics, a lack of morals, maybe some illegal things going on. But as it affects individuals or groups who are trying to use it in a proper way, I think we need to really try to figure out the concept of using it in a fake way. And maybe when we talk about this workshop, we should kind of bring up the fact that maybe we need to create some kind of a collection ground where as soon as somebody detects something that appears to be false or misleading or anything like that, they can automatically be flagged. So some sort of way to try to move towards making it dependable, we need to create a way of very quickly anybody being able to flag something, and that can be then checked and documented in a public way. Okay, I think that's what I have to say right now. Anyway, thanks for the session, Andre.
Thank you very much, Ray. Thank you very much for this those remarks. Slava, Professor Harchenko, please, you are welcome to speak.
Thank you. This topic is really extremely, not only interesting, it's extremely important because my preference view on these topics in taking into account safety and security issues. What does it mean? We talk about AI as a part of control system, elements of web, critical infrastructure, and so on. And there is a problem of complete understanding of all characteristics, AI models and AI platforms. And in general, we talk about AI-based system. And in this case, there is a problem of traditional problem of reliability, dependability, and so on. If we take into account AI system as a hardware and software complex, is a traditional problem. But if you talk about the AI-based system, in this case, we have additional characteristics, specific characteristics such as trustworthiness, explainability, ethics, and so on. And the problem is the following, in my point of view. And in considering suggestion of Professor Rusinski for name of this roundtable, dark AI. Really, we have some problem with dark AI, considering explainability, considering uncertainty functioning AI-based system when there are situation uncertain behavior of AI system. And if we talk about safety or security critical application, we need have to strong requirements, strong verification and validation process, and it is a really challenges because there is problem of complexity, test coverage, complete verification, validation, such kind of system. Hence, I think our task is to make dark AI as a light AI. It's the first one. And the second one is the problem of predictable behavior of AI system. We need to give our engineers instrument requirements and tools to better realize requirements to dependability, safety, and security of such kind of system. Hence, I see this problem as one of the main in point of view of safety and security application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Slava. As you can see, we already have the outline in which directions we can be going with this new theory of dark AI. So thank you very much, Slava, again. Now, Dr. Kochański, please, the floor is yours.
Hopefully everyone can hear me. If somebody could put a thumb up if they can hear me. Okay. So now I have to figure out how to share some small number of slides. How do I do that?
we can release the presentation temporary, and you will be able to share your screen.
Okay, that would be good. So now, what do I click on here to share my screen? Present
While we're waiting
now.
for
I
Ted,
click
this is
on present now.
Present
While
now
waiting for
and
Ted.
select the entire
Present
screen
now.
and start sharing.
Okay.
I was going to say, while we're waiting for Ted, basing on the other comment, one of the problems with dark web or dark AI is they're not going to follow rules. So we can set up, we can talk about policies and things like that, but the concept in my mind of dark AI is there may be people who are just going to ignore that activity, and how do we detect that and identify it?
Well, it would be very interesting to create a model of AI, dark AI with no rules, so the darkest of darkness, of darkest AI. This would be very much interesting. How bad you can get, Ray. I have some examples in my life, so I can help.
Okay, let's see if this works. No, that's not it, but all right. Well, this is in the middle sort of what I was going to present, but if people can see my screen, the headline here is Constellation to launch Crane Clean Energy Center. That's just the name. Restoring jobs and carbon-free power to the grid. But if you look underneath the little headline there, the rest of the story is the Constellation Crane Clean Energy Center features the restart of the 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant in Pennsylvania to sell the energy to Microsoft. So the question is, well, why is that such an important headline? It's an important headline because the unit that they're talking about, which is not the one that the famous meltdown, but it was the adjacent unit, 800 megawatt unit, was shut down 5 years ago for economic reasons. And that had to do with some decisions made by the Pennsylvania Energy Board that made it disadvantageous to keep operating it. But now there's a special demand to power these AI sensors, basically. So now if I can get to my actual presentation here. Okay, can you see my screen now?
It is still the same screen, with this constellation.
Okay.
It hasn't changed that.
Okay, I'm trying to get that to go away. Maybe if I go with that, and I go with this, maybe now. Anybody see my new screen now?
No, still the same.
No, it's still the
Can
same.
stop sharing and select entire screen.
Entire
And then
screen.
repeat.
Okay, let me go back to here. Is that what I want? No. I lost my master screen. What happened to it? Where is everything? No. 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 This is not right. Somehow or other, the master screen disappeared for the meets. Where is that? Maybe it's in the Chrome browser. Okay. Okay. So I need to deselect this and then reselect entire.
Select entire screen and click start sharing.
All right. Go to present now. Select entire screen. Okay. Share. And now. Okay. Is this good?
Yes.
Okay. So let me go to slides. Okay. So there is another author to this thing. who is sort of like the hidden nodes inside of a AI system, basically. And that's my brother Greg, who is a staff member at Google in Pittsburgh, and he didn't want to have his name for whatever reason on this thing. But we had a discussion about the plus and minus about the use of AI and its effects on things. And so this is a list that we kind of came to agreement on without there being a huge fight breaking loose. On the plus side, and this is not necessarily any particular hierarchy, I said, unless you're really sloppy in typing, AI should be able to fix your text as long as you do the old trust but verify thing in the end. Because we had some examples in some emails which we were exchanging where AI did some creative writing that was not intended in terms of it interpreting some sloppy typing. It can certainly help you organize images, sounds, and text into well-defined and fairly clean sort of boxes of things. It's a good way to retrieve info from FAQs and wikis. It can help with signal processing as long as it has some previous experience, because otherwise it's happy creating things that are not really there. But the most important one, and it probably should be at the top of the list, is it can do whatever it does 24/7 with minimal downtime. Of course, that depends on there being a reliable supply of power for it and things like that. On the other hand, it consumes way too much energy for what you get in return. This is my personal opinion. We'll see a couple of examples of AI units you can buy that are doing lots of flops, petaflops, but they use kilowatts of electricity, whereas the human brain is, it's a number of watts. Most of the time it's kind of idling, and then every once in a while it zips up a bit more. It certainly at this time consumes way too much capital, but I think this is a passing phase. My brother did not necessarily agree with that. That's why there's a little zero in the middle there. It makes the task of proving what you are and who you say you are much more challenging. And I said more challenging, but I think I would say much more challenging, as it can create quite good fakes. And that's assuming that you are in a cooperative sense. But there's also a further challenge if somebody is trying to intentionally be deceptive. It makes the task of verifying science and tech, we have several examples now, fakes or sloppiness much more challenging. And it's susceptible to instabilities, with a challenge of winning the battle by voting that used to be the standard way of if one processor in a critical system failed, you would ask another one. But if they're these identically sort of primed AI modules, they'll agree completely, and you won't have a chance of overcoming that. There was just a recent example. Thankfully, no harm was done, but Boeing 787, operated by United Airlines, was flying over Canada, may have been influenced by the aurora borealis and the solar geomagnetic storm, but the screens in the cockpit went blank. Not the screens in the entertainment area, but the screens in the cockpit. They had to reboot the airplane at many kilometers in the air. Everything worked out fine. They landed safely in Chicago, but that's an indication. So I think one of the key elements of this thing is we need to be able to assure affordable and dependable electricity that's available on demand, irrespective of what demands are placed on it, in a sense. And the AI and robotics era is rapidly accelerating. There's an estimate from a online newsletter called Utility Dive, just about a month and a half, 2 months ago now. That estimate predicts a 50 to 100% increase in the next decade for electricity in advanced countries, countries that are not considered by OECD countries are growing even much more fast, more rapidly than that, but then starting from much lower level. And I think that, as they say, regulators and policymakers must react effectively to big tech's acquisition of renewable resources by driving investment in new dispatchable energy and capacity. And I think the 3 Mile Island thing is an example. This is what these things look like and cost. This is an earlier generation. The price here, this is $300,000 US dollars. It is actually down a little bit from what the peak original price was. The box, you can see this one is air cooled. There are bigger units that are water cooled, and the boards that are inside there show one of these NVIDIA processing GPU processing chips on the board, $35,000 almost for the board with one chip. This is the new chip that they didn't actually have a price for it from this particular supplier. This is the so-called Blackwell architecture chip. It has 208 billion transistors. It's made by TSMC in Taiwan, in Hsinchu, and it has the 4 nano scale process. And so here's the crux of the thing. Tremendous memory bandwidth, all these things, but right here, max thermal design power per chip, 1,000 watts. You can go to a lower operating point where you don't get quite as many petaflops. Go from 2.2 per chip to 1.8. This box over here, if it had the new chips, these are the Blackwell chips, the whole thing with eight the chips in there, 144 petaflops, which is just mind-bogglingly large number. So this came up with the thing with the Constellation Clean Energy Center. And I guess the most important thing here is that nuclear power plants and potentially fusion reactors are the kind of power that's needed to make these things run, because the clean energy in the form of wind and solar doesn't have this reliable every hour, every day. And these nuclear plants like 3 Mile Island has generated 835 megawatts with 99, almost 99% somewhere here of online availability. Now, obviously, there were some scheduled downtime, but in terms of the operating at the full power output, it was essentially there whenever you needed it. And just the restart, there's some issues. It'll take a while. It's not going to happen overnight, but Microsoft's agreement is for 20 years, so it will probably begin operating in 2 to 3 years, depending on various regulatory issues. The plant itself was operating perfectly well. It was shut down 5 years ago because of this change in the economics of things. So that's my prepared material, and I guess I'm ready to join in the discussion to go beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ted. This is really a nice illustration of the problem, which sort of is, which is not talking too much in public, but that's one of the key issues. Thank you very much, Ted. Adam, please, the floor is yours.
You can stop the sharing your screen.
Yeah, stop sharing. Yeah, okay.
Adam, go ahead, please.
Okay. I switch off the microphone. So it's a great pleasure to see you again after 1 year in Athens, and because we are in this beautiful town, and I have the completely different perspective on this issue than you. Maybe not completely, but as you can read, I'm a film director, not professor. So for me, emotions are much more important in the field of communication than words. And the AI is misleading, not just in words, because all science is based on words, the meaning of words, and maybe I will explain you on something that I am doing. So I'm preparing a concert to honor the heroic airmen who delivered supplies to Warsaw Uprising in 1944. It was in August. This was a desperate mission from Italy to Warsaw and back, 3,050 kilometers. They dropped the supplies, and about 30% was killed in action. So, and Manila has a similar tragedy. It was in February 45. It was massacre in Manila. And both cities, Warsaw and Manila, are organizing musical concert to remember this. I asked Roxana Panufnik, she is a daughter of a famous Polish composer who survived the Warsaw Uprising, to have a new piece of music on this concert. And she is thinking just how to make it. And she called me and said, no, just maybe I will use something very ancient, the Knight's Anthem, this Bogu Rodzica from Poland, and the lullaby from Philippine kids. Well, I was very polite. I said, well, very good idea. But I was thinking, no, this is crazy. There's nothing to do. Just what the medieval anthem and then the lullaby from Philippines have together. But when she presented this music, I said, well, brilliant. Just because it express exactly the hope of the Ironman and for providence. They pray for providence, and they pray for providence of kids. So something that in words is my conclusion. Something that in words is completely mess, just is madness. It's not true. In emotions, is absolutely true. So and in the same time, just when I was asking ChatGPT to help me to write a letter, I forget to mention that they deliver supplies to Warsaw, and the ChatGPT wrote me a letter that they deliver bombs, because it was the liberators and the airplanes. So the ChatGPT was sure that they deliver bombs, not supplies and medicals. So this is the threat of AI, that you have to control all the time the meaning of words. And by the way, we don't agree between us. Just what is the meaning of the word? So what we need to do, I think, this we are in Athens, so the Ariadne threat, this famous myth about Theseus and who killed Minotaur, and the sister of Minotaur, Ariadne, gave him the threat to kill this monster and to come back. So we need, and I'm sure, I have to ask you, because I'm sure that something like that exists, this kind of threat. That means the software that will be Ariadne threat, that we can come back to the point where the meaning of words are different than we thought. So if not, I just try to maybe to convince you that we should make it. We should make this software and the system based on blockchain, just to work with AI. That's all. Thank you,
Adam. Thank you very much for your perspective. It's very, very interesting. Obviously, it's a question of how we are going to communicate, and especially right now when we have AI, we know that this prompt engineering is sort of sloppy. It's difficult to talk to AI right now, and this is a very good point that not only we need this universal language, but also we have to make sure that the meaning of words is exactly what we are trying to do, because in the history we have vast examples of things which went wrong because people thought about different things, talking to each other, and this is just what's happening. Now we have an excellent chance here because we have a multinational audience. So I'm hoping that we are going to address this issue of communication and this universal language as part of our research. So thank you very much, Adam, again. Now this is the most important part of our roundtable. This is we would like to hear the audience what you think, what is your perspective, what you would like to see. I'm very much interested. So the floor is yours, and please don't be shy and move ahead and say what you think.
Let me to ask a brief question, maybe suggestion, maybe some interesting direction. It turned out that currently the mentioned silicon-based high integration chips can be adopted by the adding of photonic processing for computations, for heterogeneous computations of AI and implementations of neural networks that allows to avoid spending of electricity for processing and usage of light and compact sources of light for processing some AI implementation in solid medium, like glass, for example. And adding such additional units to such graphical adapters or processors will allow to improve the power efficiency and significantly improve the performance. And it's a future of 1 or 2 decades.
Don't be shy. Go ahead, please.
Dmitry, welcome for your opinion.
Yeah, hello, dear colleagues. Dmitry Chomachenko, National Aerospace University, Kharkiv Aviation Institute. I wanted to actually follow up to Adam's talk about emotions and think about not only dark AI digital twins, but the problem we are facing right now in Ukraine and actually all around the world is artificial based bots and bots farms, which are amplified by Russian propaganda. So basically, Russia is making huge amount of bots in social media to amplify different narratives. And like we can see it right now in Europe, they launched the Doppelganger campaign, where they made a lot of fake sites with artificial content, which were just similar to normal media outlets. And now they're doing that with US elections. And I believe that we will observe the race of that after 15th of November after the US elections. And the problem of disinformation and spreading of disinformation by such artificial bots based on AI generated information, which makes them looks like real humans, is really concerning. And I believe that no one in the world is not ready for that. So it's interesting to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think that is very interesting what you said, because it's really not only artificial intelligence but also artificial emotions. So it's crazy, this dark side of AI.
So do you think, I'm sorry, I cannot resist of, I wanted to be quiet, but so are you saying that, you know, this notion of artificial intelligence should be combined with artificial emotions? Because one of the accusations against AI is, you know, people are saying that AI has no emotions, no ethics, no feelings. That's what you are suggesting, but it has to be combined, and we should think about a new paradigm, a new category of artificial emotions.
It's me?
Yeah.
Do you hear me? Okay. So I think that this is a very good question. And just maybe we touch something that is very important, and just not only artificial intelligence, but artificial emotions. Of course, this is not true emotion. No, just the AI can only mimic, no, just this emotion, and we have the something like soul or consciousness, but soul, the heart, just to be true, to be sure that it's true or not, just as love. So and this is so far is I think that is impossible to imitate. Just but we should have this something that we call love. And now people are thinking not with heart, but only with emotions. So it's very easy to manipulate. But if you are sure that you love someone, or that is the good or rightness, there's no other way. It's based in our not brain but our hearts. Thank you.
Any comment?
Yeah, I would just say one thing in terms of this whole opportunity to create synthetic images and videos. It's becoming now both a game for people. There are people, of course, doing things that are, it's harmless, because you can make George Washington say something that he didn't say, and of course he's not here to comment on it, but people can find the original documents, and even on paper. And that's sort of harmless, and of course you can do it with cartoon characters or with superheroes or whatever. Nobody cares. The danger comes from two areas. One is, of course, I think it was just, we're talking a little bit about it, is political deep fakes, where you take a politician who is running for office or something like that, and you put words in their mouth that they never said. And again, if you are doing it in a way that it's humorous or something, that's another thing. You show the original speech, and then you can show the modification of the speech. So, for instance, the famous speech of John Fitzgerald Kennedy at the Berlin Wall, where he apparently didn't quite understand the German syntax, and he said, "Ich bin ein Berliner." But the problem is that ein Berliner is a jelly donut, and he should have just said, "Ich bin Berliner," without the ein Berliner. But somebody didn't do the correct instructing. So that's been fixed now. And there is a deep fake of Kennedy at the Berlin Wall with jelly donuts appearing as he says it. That's obviously harmless. But if it potentially have a intent to influence an election or something, that can be very damaging and dangerous. And we've seen some examples of that. People put words into Prime Minister Trudeau's mouth in Canada, and it influenced a local election. I'd forgotten where it was, in Alberta somewhere, a small scale local election. And they fixed it afterwards, but it was too late. It already had influenced the outcome of the election. It was a very close election, and for a seat in the I think in the Alberta Parliament, provincial parliament, and somebody or they passed away, and they had a vacancy, and the two people who were vying for this thing were looking for Trudeau's support. So, in any event, it can obviously have impact also in situations like the traditional proof that a hostage is still alive by putting a up-to-date newspaper underneath the hostage's chin and having the hostage appear to be speaking or something with the up-to-date newspaper. Well, of course, the newspaper headlines and the front page can be faked very easily. And the hostage could be long since dead, and you might still be trying to collect the money. Anyway, I just had one thing. I just did a Google search for what comes up on the front page when you do a Google search for deep fake. And when you do that, the highlights are actually, I picked 4. One is Deep Fake Web. Make your own deep fakes. It's an online app. If you go there, just go to deepfakesweb.com, and it's an online deepfake software that works in the cloud. All you need to do is upload video and click a button. Our app does the rest. No comment as to how high quality the deepfake is. Then there's a report from the U.S. Government Accountability Office, which is a special branch of the Congress, basically, or Bureau of the Congress, GAO 20-379 SP, Science and Technology Spotlight Deepfakes. And they said their report, it's a short report, has talked about artificial neural networks, one trying to produce a fake and another one trying to detect it. And then there's a sponsored opportunity that's 60-second deep fakes. Try it now. Pro face swaps in seconds. Instant face swap in video and photos. No skills needed. Free daily. Try it now. That's in magichour.ai. And then finally, this one was especially for Adam, CinemaFlow AI. www.cinemaflow.ai. Join the filmmaking revolution with CinemaFlow platform, democratizing cinema production. AI simplifies video creation. Input your text and watch AI create your video. I've not tried any of these, so I have no comments about that.
Thank you very much. That I just see that we have a more and more challenging task for this dark AI and dependable AI. It looks to me that we have discovered the next grand challenge. You know, it's that's what we are facing. So it's fascinating. It's exciting. More voices, please, from the audience, please.
Andriy Daviduk, your turn. You're holding your hand too long.
Yes, thanks for the opportunity to ask. And when we are talking about some emotions to AI, the first question, right from my side, is it important for people to feel the emotions from AI? But on another hand, for me, it's more important to know how can AI predict our emotions? So what is the application of the AI to the cognitive warfare? Just an example, when we see the simple envelope, everybody of us has different thoughts. Yeah, because somebody is thinking what is inside the envelope, somebody thinking what is specific things of this envelope. And if you ask everybody like the association of the envelope, somebody will say this is the letter. Somebody say it's something closely to corruption, like money in envelope. Somebody say maybe some secret letter here. Depends on the background. And how AI can predict our reaction to different texts which AI generated. What AI usually or more often propose people for the same question. For example, when we use the simplest way to asking something in Google, usually we are not the first people who asking something. Yeah, we could be 1 million or 1,000 men who asks this. But at the same time, Google propose usually the same answers. AI every time is different or every time the same, provocated us to have the same answer or the same reaction on his text. What is the line of the neutrality of AI?
Andrei, thank you very much for your talk. When I see an envelope, I can see the next bill. That's what I can see. Alona, I apologize if I mispronounce your name. You wanted to speak up. Please do.
Hello, I'm Alona from National Aerospace University, Kharkiv Aviation Institute. And I wanted to tell what just recently appeared. Many have seen a picture of a baby peacock that roamed the internet, and everyone was admiring how cute it was and so on. But not everyone knew that it was an AI-generated picture, which was revealed in the end. Nevertheless, if you try to search for a baby peacock, 60% of the pictures will be AI generated. And that's scary enough to make you think that internet is starting to die because of it or something else. Seems harmless enough, but what could be the consequences in the other situations? We cannot know that. And this raises the question, is it possible to control the generation or verification process, whether it is AI generated or not? We cannot only think that people are kind to say, oh, sorry, that was AI generated. Many will say, no, of course not. What do you think? No. But it was.
Thank you very much. Everybody, please do speak. We have 5 minutes. And then we will close the session. In 5 minutes, I will close the session.
I would just say that, the challenge is not restricted to AI generated things. Fakes are a long history. The most recent interesting one is from a zoo in China that had been promised at some point or other they would get a panda. And everybody, of course, loves pandas. And they didn't get their pandas when they said they had gotten their pandas. And it was kind of embarrassing. So what they did was they took some dogs and they painted the dogs and shaved their hair and things like this. So they looked sort of like a panda. Obviously, if you got very close to them, they still look like dogs, but from a distance of maybe 10, 15 meters, they looked enough like a panda that they got away for it a while. But then, of course, the fake pandas reverted to behaving like dogs. They were barking and doing the dog-like things that pandas didn't do. And so they had to issue an apology that they were just waiting for the pandas and they didn't want people to be disappointed when they came to view the pandas.
Don't worry, Dad. We will take care of the panda and the dogs. Don't worry.
fake pandas and the AI. This is very good conclusion.
But you can obviously do that. Might be a benign kind of a fake there because people come to see the pandas and they aren't there. We have a problem at the Museum of Science where I volunteer frequently because we have some bees in a active hive. And in the summertime and springtime and the fall, the bees go in and out of the hive and everybody is happy watching the bees doing their thing and everything. But in the wintertime in Boston, it's cold enough that the bees...
Okay, let's have Vitaly and Alex, please speak up.
Thank you. I'd like to continue concerns of Alena about artificial pictures. In recent cybersecurity and security exhibition in here in Kiev, I was represented. They were representing a system built on the artificial intelligence, and it was learned by synthetic data generated by another AI. And I asked how you can believe the solutions of AI learned by artificial data, synthetic data given by another AI. And they said, we have a third system, AI system, which validates generated synthetic data. And the chain of 3 AIs, we should trust more than one AI, they said. The question is the same question. Is the chain of 3 AIs more dependable than one AI?
Excellent question. Alex, please.
Hi. I would put here some small comments. My article is devoted to mitigating vulnerabilities of LLM interface, which is mostly used as widely now as chatbots in production. And the main risk is you expose your system expecting that LLM somehow will handle prompt injection attack, and it not works so perfectly for now. And all existing protection currently is oriented on standard approach using some, for example, fuzzy search or other approach based on vocabulary, where you try comparing two vectors with some probabilities, define that one or another prompt is potentially dangerous, and then decide what to do with it. But approach that was proposed in my article was to use LLM, actually, that is customized and oriented to negotiate any type of attack. Of course, it's a bit expensive because you use 2 LLMs, like one core LLM oriented on some task resolving related to your domain. But additional LLM could handle and decide which prompt is potentially dangerous or no, and it handle even very complicated case with chain prompt attack. So my expectation, of course, I had no possibility to investigate, dive deeper in this topic, but I guess the same approach using extra additional LLM could help to define. Currently they are already used for text detection that is generated via IE. And the same approach could be used for picture detection that potentially are generated using some IE solution, some LLMs, and the same with video, fakes, and so on. So it's something like I expect in future the fights of, as you announced this roundtable topic, with some dark IE and versus some helpful, let it be, protective LLMs across different companies, different solutions, and we will see something like IE fights across internet. So some group of people will invest and develop solution how to hijack or expose some sensitive information from existing system, and other people will fight to develop and update as fast as possible new solution using, again, based on LLMs, how to protect from different new type of attacks that will appear in the future. That's my...
Thank you very much. My last slide, please. Could you show the last slide, please, on my presentation right now? Okay, this is not... Okay. So I would like to thank Professor Bartis and Professor Harchenko for having an opportunity of having this roundtable. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the audience. Your voices were the most important from my perspective. And as the final voice, I would like to have Ray to have a conclusive, the final comments. Ray, go ahead. And thank you very much, everybody. We are done.
Yeah, I just want to say we're kind of talking about a lot of negative aspects, but I really look forward to AI teaching assistants that will allow students to progress at their own level, but be able to stay at the right social level. So right now, I think we have a disparity in classrooms there. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for AI to help in the education system that I think is really failing our students in general. So I just wanted to add the kind of more positive note that I think can play very positive roles in the area of education. I think Adam is generally interested in that area as well.
Thank you.
And a small
Thank you
comment
very much.
from me, if I can, please.
Go ahead.
Nikos?
Yes, a small comment for me. It was very interesting, this round the table. Everywhere is better and better, and we are thinking a lot of things after your round tables, and of course is in our future. I'm looking your presentation, and there's the Litchi in Greece. And the comment I have to say that our conference are taking place in the archaeological place of Litchi. There was Aristoteles, a lot of these, all these philosophers that were speaking the same things that we were speaking today. Not but round table, but walking in the forest. It's the place that take place our conference. The officers club is built inside of Lice's archaeological place. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrzej.
Thank you. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, we can conclude our talk. Thank you very much, all coordinators, all participants, for very interesting talk. I really consider that we need to continue this style, this topic, this considering different sub-directions of today talk, beginning from safe and secure AI, and to AI for art, for music, for emotion, and so on. And so thank you very much, coordinators, and let's continue our work on the next session, closing session. Please, 5 minutes later, we will start our closing session. Thank you very much. We can stay here on according with this link, and a few minutes later we will continue.
People are.
Dear colleagues, thank you that you are all here. And this is our last plenary lecture about our closing of our conference that held in Athens, offline and online from many, about 20 countries in the world, researchers and professors and attenders. Please, I would like to ask Professor Hatchenko to make a small presentation, a summary of our work that you support, and we hope we will see something successful. Please, Professor. Thank you very much that you were with me in this year in Athens. Please.
Thank you, dear Nikos, and it's my pleasure to conclude our work with short presentation. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Dear colleagues, sorry, but we begin our closing session, our 14th conference on dependable system services and technologies. Very short statistics about our conference result. We, as I said on our open session, received about 200 papers, and during these 3 days, 140 papers have been accepted and presented, and they will be published in the dessert proceeding. We thank all participants, all authors, keynote speakers, and round table moderators represent 20 countries from all the world. The key topics of our discussion was related to crossing of three domains, three aspects such as cybersecurity, safety, resilience, reliability, performance, and the technology AI/ML, cloud, edge computing, mobile and robotics technologies, Internet of Things, big data, and so on. Industry domains such as aerospace and aviation, energy grids and nuclear power plants, transport, and so on. We had very nice, interesting 5 plenary sessions and 11 topical sessions and 6 workshops. Our special thanks to keynote speakers, Professor Yelena Zaitseva, Professor George Markovsky, Dr. Yaroslav Shuger, Dr. Panagiotis Bonatakas, Dr. Alexander Vasyuk, and Dr. Antanasios Kakaronontas. Sorry, but Antanasios was ill, but we wish him good health, and the video with his presentation will be shared. And our special thanks to roundtables coordinators, Professor Andrzej Rusiński, Dr. Tadeusz Kochanski, Adam Ustinovich, and Ray Garbos, and help of ChatGPT, OpenAI. Many thanks to the workshop chairs, Professor Tatiana Shmilov, Vladimir Zaslavsky, Dr. Maxim Yatsko, Professor Natalia Kusul, Professor Andriy Shelestov, Professor Sergei Sauch, Professor Alexander Chemeris, Dr. Andrew Jean, Dr. Oleg Bisikalo, Professor Vyacheslav Kovtun, Dr. Irina Leroy, Professor Simeon Gila, Professor Sergei Lusenko, Professor Anatoly Sachenko, and Professor George Markovsky. Thank you for your work, for your organization and providing your workshop. And many thanks to session moderators, Professor Sergey Lysenko, Dr. Ina Kondius, Dr. Nikos Bardis, Professor Alexander Markovsky, Professor George Antonio, Dr. Artem Perepelitsyn, Professor Sergey Yakovlev, Professor Dr. Nikos Dukas, Dr. Artem Tetsky, Professor Alexander Gordeev, Professor Oleg Dorushenko, Dr. Oleg Ilyashenko, Dr. Igor Klyushnikov, Professor Geya Serbeladze, Professor Tatiana Gorushenko, and Dr. Andrei Karpenko. Many thanks to the local organized committee, web and IT administration team. Is proceeding publication co-chairs, Dr. Nicholas Dukas and Olena Galimbovska. Local organizing committee chairs, Professor Nikos Karedimas and Militini Bardi. Web and communication co-chairs, Dr. Artem Tetsky, Dr. Elena Surinovich, and our infrastructure administration co-chairs, Dr. Artem Perepelitsyn, Vasilis Keleris, Alena Chepelevich, Andrei Litvinov. Of course, our great thanks our hosts, our Greek colleagues from Hellenic Military Academy, from IEEE Greece section and IEEE Students Branch, University of Thessaly, University of Thessaly Lamia, and our colleagues from United Kingdom, Italy, and Ukraine, all partners and sponsors of our conference, and all participants. And now we can inform you about awards for the best papers. As usually, we have two groups of the best papers and presentation. First one, the awards for the best paper for our colleagues from different countries. First one, paper ID 138, Gianni Flair Orano, Lester Escabosa, Herbie Boca, Gilbert Siega, Roderick Malanza, and Maria Teresa Sansan. Our Filipinian colleagues and his paper Detection of Poultry Diseases using Convolution Neural Networks. Next, ID 142 paper Parallel Optimization of Generation Capacity Structure in Local Grid under Military Threats, presented by Professor Sergei Sauch and Taras Puchko. Paper number ID 154, Dr. Artem Perepelitsyn and our students Andrei Litvinov and Alena Chepelevich, analysis of archive format applicability for practical issues, comparison of compressions. And three, best paper and presentation for master and PhD students, ID 35, Sofia Drost and Natalia Kusul. This was presentation by Sofia Drost, strategic wind farm site selection in Ukraine using GIS and multi-criteria decision-making approach. Next one, ID 114, Vladislav Sheglov, PhD students, availability assessing intelligent diagnostic system with relearning after a complex equipment failure. And last paper, ID 178, master students Mikhail Kefalakis and Nikolaos Karadimas, his supervisor, site selection for object detecting training using landscape structure and fragmentation indices. Our congratulations all who was selected for these awards. It was a very difficult task for all our program committee, all session moderators, all workshop chairs to select these these papers. Our congratulations, and we wish new results, new success in research and development activities for our colleagues. Okay, and it is a finish of our award ceremony, and we welcome you to the dessert 2025. Data and the place will be defined later. And now we need go ahead to finalize all our PDF papers according to this IEEE PDF format. Please check your information which we will share by email, and please submit your final camera ready according with data. Dear colleagues, if you have any question, or maybe who would like to add something, welcome. Thank you very much once more, and it's time for your comments, for your information. Let's congratulate together all our authors and participants who got awards for the best papers and best presentation.
Yes. It's nice.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for organization.
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome, Alena. Welcome.
Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you for organization and very nice meeting, discussion, and future activity. We will think about it. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Zaslavsky. Sorry, but we could not possibility to meet you here in offline
I tried,
meeting.
but real life. Yes, sorry. And all the best for Nikos.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes.
Waiting for you all in Greece.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and see you on our next meeting and next conference.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
The final picture.
Bye.
Polikala. Do widzenia. What do we get?
Alena, Andrei, let's switch your video and we to make scan.
It's necessary to stop the sharing.
Okay. Let's switch your monitor to get scan.
It's necessary to stop the sharing your screen to enable this possibility.
Okay.
No, we still can see it. It's necessary to stop sharing. The arrow at the bottom of the screen. We still seeing your screen. It's necessary to stop the sharing. Not the camera, but the screen. The arrow at the bottom of the screen, near the hand and emoji.
Okay. Andrei Daviduk, special thanks for you, for your activities during conference.
So you're interested in my expressions about it?
No. Я подякував вам за вашу активність впродовж конференції. Дякую.
Дякую вам
Вже.
і радий бачити вас знову. Що останній раз бачили з вами тільки в Чернівцях у 2018-му.
Згадав, що в Чернівцях ми з вами бачилися. Так, дійсно. То давайте, щоб ми побачилися обов'язково в Харкові також.
Дуже хотів би.
Добре. На все добре тоді. Thank you so much one more, all participants. Let's finish our session. Bye. Андрій Альона, вам дякую, бо ви молодці. І брали участь і як студенти, і як організатори, і як презентери. Так що я вітаю вас з кращою статтею. Це було не моє рішення, це було рішення модераторів і PC комітету. Так що, але ви розумієте, що це, як завжди, певний аванс. Будь-яка нагорода – це певний аванс всім нам. Добре, дякую вам. На все добре.
Вам також дякую, у нас все добре.
Вам також все гарно. Бережіть себе. Всім гарного дня.
Гарного дня. До побачення.
Гарного дня.